This morning class, we apologize for the delay, but we're going to get Sabbath class started. So the first three brothers are going to rise and we can do the Sabbath opening praise.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You read that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ala'ah. Ba'ala'ah. Rayach. Rayach. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You read that in Psalms 141, verse 1 and verse 2. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. I am
He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Shemai,
Shemai,
Yasharallah,
Yasharallah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh,
Shemai,
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. You can read that in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4.
Come. This is the Lord's prayer. Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim. Quadash. Hayah. Shemka. Yahweh. Malak Wafka. Taba'ah. Ratazayaka. Hayah. Aisha. Ba'arataza. Kowah. Hayah. Bashamayim. Ladananoah. Lacham. Kol. Yawam. Rasalach Noah. Chabawat Noah. Hasalach Noah. Chabawat Yanoah. Wala'ah. Tabi'anoah. Manasay one. Abod. Abashai Noah. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Amalakwa. Wala'ala. Wahadapara. La'awalamim. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Asherah. Hatazawa.
10 commandments. Number 1. La'ah.
Yahaya. Laka.
Alahayim.
Ahoyim. Al-Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah.
Ta'isha. Laka. Hasol. Wala'ah. The Ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ah.
Dalakwa'ah. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawah.
Do not take the name of the Lord God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Hayawam. Hashabah.
Lakwadash.
Remember
the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabah.
Abaka. Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
The Ratzazah.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
Daganah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah.
Ta'ainah. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah.
Dakamad. Kol. Asherah. Lara'ayaka.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. You shall not. You see.
I'll knock you out here, see. Natazak Chanakah Shabbat Show Yahuda Banya Shalom. Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahweh Shah Brakatum.
Shalom. From Sabbath to Sabbath. These days are going fast. These days are going fast. So let's not take this grace in vain. Yes, sir. Yes. First class back from the Passover. You know, brothers and sisters had a beautiful time down in San Antonio. You know, with our with the body down there, all the brothers and sisters striving for the kingdom. You know, our brothers from San Antonio, Houston, and Rochester. It was a great time. Great time. So now we're going to pick back up where we left off, you know, in 1 Kings chapter 8. 1 Kings chapter 8. And the brother's going to read from verses 1 down to verse 28. 1 Kings chapter 8 and 1 down to verse 28.
This is the book of 1 Kings, chapter 8 and verse 1. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Yasharallah, and all the heads of the tribes, the chief of the fathers of the children of Yasharallah, unto King Solomon in Jerusalem, that they might bring up the ark of the covenant unto them of the Most High, out of the city of David, which is Zion. And all the men of Yasharallah assembled themselves unto the King Solomon at the feast in the month Ethanim, which is the 7th month. And all the elders of Yasharallah came, and the priests took up the ark, and they brought up the ark of the Most High, and the tabernacle of the congregation, and all the holy vessels that were in the tabernacle, even those did the priests and the Levites bring up. And King Solomon and all the congregation of Yasharallah that were assembled unto him were with him before the ark, sacrificing sheep and oxen that could not be told nor numbered for multitude.
Right, so this is the completion of the temple. Right, Solomon built the temple, he built his house, and now he was going to dedicate it to the Most High. Right, he was going to do the sacrifices. Right, go ahead.
And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Most High unto his place, into the oracle of the house, to the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubims. For the cherubims spread forth their 2 wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubims covered the ark and the staves thereof above. And they drew out the staves, that the ends of the staves were seen out in the holy place before the oracle.
Right, y'all remember the staves, right? That was the level, that was the staves that was used to carry the ark when we were in the wilderness. Go ahead.
And they were not seen without. And there they are unto this day. There was nothing in the ark save the 2 tables of stones, which
verse 9. Let them know where we at.
Verse 9.
Oh, and everybody else, make sure y'all like and share and get the video out. Share on your social media platforms.
If we're on YouTube right now, if you can go to your YouTube real quick, everybody like it, give it a thumbs up real quick.
And it helps with the
And
algorithm.
then share it.
Right.
Everybody live.
And shalom to everybody online. We got a few people online. We got Adonai, or this is okay. This is Sister Hatazar's word down in Houston. Shalom, sis. L'Oreal, Kulep, what's that? Khalil, okay, shalom. Sister Angela, Sister Danny out in Missouri, Kansas City. I didn't get the chance to speak to them. Up in Trey. Nene, Elliot, shalom, Shamara. All right, Brother Moshe is logged in. Yeah, make sure you like, hit the thumbs up, share the video. There it is. Nene, Elliot, yes. Okay, go back.
This is 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 9. There was nothing in the ark save the 2 tables of stone which Moses put there at Horeb, when the Most High made a covenant with the children of Yasharallah, when they came out of the land of Egypt.
Right, I know what those 2 tables were, right? What were they?
The commandments.
They were the commandments.
Consecration.
Okay. Read.
Verse 10. And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the holy place, that the cloud filled the house of the Most High, and that the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Most High had filled the house of the Most High. Then spake Solomon, The Most High said that he would dwell in the thick darkness.
Right. So, you know, America got our children programmed to be afraid of the dark. You know, they put on these, you know, these kid age thing shows, you know, the monsters in the dark. The Bible said the Most High dwells in the dark, in the thick darkness. Psalm 18. Psalm 18 and verse 11.
Time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Psalm chapter 18 and verse 11.
Right, that's why we don't like to, you know, with our children here, we don't like to play that boo, scared you stuff, right? Because now you're what? You're teaching them to be afraid. You're indoctrinating them with fear. The Most High didn't give us the spirit of fear.
Time.
So why are we encouraging and teaching that fear to the little ones? Right?
Time. He made darkness his...
Let them know where you at.
Psalm chapter 18 verse 11.
Psalms chapter 18 verse 11. That's not the mighty Sunday morning boys. They got to hear you on love.
Psalm chapter 18 verse 11. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the sky.
Y'all see that? The Most High made the darkness his pavilion. That's where he dwells. The Most High dwells in the dark places, right? So you ain't got to worry about the boogeyman, right? You ain't got to worry about Freddy Krueger. Yeah, the Most High, the King of Terrors is in that darkness, right? But he's our power, huh? Go ahead, go back to the middle.
Isaiah 45 and 3.
Okay. Isaiah 45 and 3.
Isaiah chapter 45 verse 3.
Wait a minute, wait for the sister to get it. And then, yeah. Everybody got it? Okay, go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 45 verse 3. And I will give thee the treasures of darkness.
Who will give you what?
The treasures of darkness.
This is a scripture Ariella used to always quote to show that the value, where the value is, that it's in the dark, that's where the Most High dwells.
Right.
I mean, that value, it's hidden. It's hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't be scared of the dark. That's where the Most High, that treasure is. You got to bring it out.
Right, you got a question?
Yeah, is that why, you know, Yahweh Shai says to pray to the Most High in secret?
Man, I was thinking the same thing.
Because he dwells, I mean, you think of darkness, think of secret.
Well, he was more talking about just the, where think about what the so-called Jew, they do right now.
Right.
They go to the Wailing Wall, and they're rocking, and they're doing all of this,
Yes,
to be what? To be seen of men.
Right.
That's what Yahweh Shai was saying there. Like, you're not doing it for the acknowledgement of other people. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be out there like you see the Pentecostal. They want to put on a whole show so that everybody, oh yeah, because Jesus, the Holy Spirit is on me.
Right.
Right, you're doing that for the praise of men. You're supposed to be in secret, going that secret place, that closet, to where they don't know that you're meditating with the Most High right now. Because you're not trying to get the cool, oh, that's a righteous brother right there. He's praying. You're supposed to, the scripture says in our Thessalonians, pray without ceasing. So if you're praying without ceasing, then nobody knows when you're praying.
Right.
You're meditating on the Most High day and night. You see that? Yeah.
Con. Isn't that also the unknown? That closet?
Yeah, it's and you're looking from that perspective of being unknown in the sight of men.
Right.
Yeah, but in that place he was talking about.
Talking
about darkness.
in that place, he was talking about don't do it publicly.
Right.
Because you get your reward if you do it publicly.
Right. You know, I got your word.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, come.
Yeah, but if you understand that the Most High dwells in the darkness, right, this is something that you're not supposed to be afraid of. Right? And then when we go doing our prayers, we're not supposed to be doing it for people to see. Like, think about us. We don't go out there praying in Hebrew. Right? Because, I mean, who would benefit from that? See that?
And hidden riches of secret places.
And what?
And hidden riches of secret places.
That's how valuable the Most High and His wisdom and His power and His majesty is. You know what I mean? So don't be like the brothers bringing out. Don't be scared of the dark.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So I can precept that because the hidden places in secret. He said,
Let's go there. Let's read it.
I mean, just on not on being seen by men, right? To let someone know that you're holy, right? You know, not to, you know, pump up pride, have pride, like, oh, I'm praying, look at me. That's what that scripture is saying. That's the point of that scripture. I understand that. But on just on, you know, the darkness, the secret place, you know, that place where the Most High dwells, that is his pavilion. He's calling us to go to that place, that secret place, right, behind closed doors, and pray to him where he dwells. That's where my mind's at.
But is it just behind closed doors, though?
Now, I'm not saying that he is just behind closed doors.
But I'm saying, are we just praying behind closed doors? That secret place was just about us not putting on this performance for other people. Think about when he showed that the Pharisees and the Sadducees, when they sat in the chief places, you know, they wore the longest phylacteries, the fringes, to be acknowledged as what? Men of the Lord. Right. So when we're doing our prayer, it's supposed to be something intimate.
Yes.
This is this intimate time between us and the Heavenly Father.
Yes.
That is not about it. Now, when we pray as a nation, right, we're in the same mind, same judgment, right, to try to get the Most High to hear the cries of His people. But then the same thing for us. You're doing it in this, because we're not doing it outside.
Right.
You don't see Israelites all over, outside in the corners praying.
Right.
You know, we're doing it in our schools, you're doing it in your homes. That's the secret place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
You see that?
No, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. So we say the same thing.
Yes, sir.
All right. But that was it. Oh, how come I guess something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, basically, like, you know, like, don't try to look good in front of men. Like, I'm gonna just pray just because everybody watching me right now. But when you go home, you like a different person.
Right.
Kind of like, I'm gonna make sure I'm on point when I'm around the brothers. But when I go home, I kind of got like I'm a sap a little bit. I'm not gonna be, you know, like carrying myself a different way. Like, don't just try to look good in front of men. Like, have that sincerity towards the Most High to do it when you at home by yourself. Also, like, kind of like what that scripture means.
Checking that spirit of hypocrisy.
Right.
You know, men pleasing.
Right. Men pleasing.
Okay, this kind of made me feel better because when I'm praying at home, even when I live with my mom and everything, like, if I could hear somebody walk by, I would like lower my voice. And for some reason, I felt like I was being ashamed to hear people hear me pray. And I didn't know if that was a bad thing. I'm like, should I keep you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want them to hear me praying to the Most High. I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, we don't have to be ashamed, right? We don't have to be ashamed. Yeah, we don't have to be ashamed. However, at the same time, are you putting this on, like the brother said? Are you doing this to be acknowledged by others? Like, is this something that you want your mom to say? Oh, yeah, my daughter's always praying.
Yeah, I would. She thinks like that, so I would like
right.
make my voice really low so she couldn't hear me. Even now, I guess I got in the habit when I pray at home now. If I hear anybody walk by, I'm like lowering my voice really low.
Right.
But I felt bad because I'm like, am I supposed to feel odd them hearing me pray? But this kind of, I guess, validate that feeling that it is an intimate situation.
Right, because think about it. A lot of us, some of us work around other people, right? Go to Jeremiah 17:10. Jeremiah 17:10. Show you something real quick. So you need to tell me when you're at work. Are you busting out with the Shema? Are you busting out with the Hebrew prayers at work around all of your coworkers? They're gonna think you crazy. But you should be praying. I mean, with all of these mass shootings, right? All of these crazy co-workers, you should be praying at work. But how should you be praying? In secret. You should be praying in secret. You should be asking the Most High to protect you. Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 10. I, the Most High, search the heart.
Right, because the Most High, if you're praying in your heart, which is what? Your mind. You're meditating on the Most High. You're sending up those prayers. He's acknowledging that. He sees that. In secret. Your co-workers will be like, well, what the heck is wrong with you? He got to go to the HR department. They would think something's crazy. Something's wrong with you. Something wrong with us, especially if you're praying in Hebrew. Right? So we're supposed to be praying in the way we're not getting acknowledged by men. Read.
I try the reins
Come on.
even to give every man according to his
So
ways.
if you're really trying to be sincere to get your, to get this communication with the Most High, for Him to hear your petitions, from Him to hear our repentance, then it's not about me. It's not about screaming from as loud as you can. Not at work. Now, if you're home by yourself, come. By all means. You're here with us in the school around other brothers and sisters by all means. But don't look at that darkness, that intimate time as something to shy away from. Y'all see that? Read on.
And according to the fruit of his doing.
Right, so the Most High will see how sincere we are by the way we're praying in our minds, right? Within our spirit. Y'all see that? Right.
What was that first scripture in Psalms 19?
Psalms, what was it? 18 and 11.
18 and 11.
Yes, sir. Psalms 18 and 11. But that was it, man. Yeah, you go back.
This is 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 13. I have surely built thee an house to dwell in, a settled place for thee to abide in forever. And the king turned his face about and blessed all the congregation of Yasharallah. And all the congregation of Yasharallah stood.
Where we at?
We're at verse 15 now. Verse 15. And he said, Blessed be the Most High power of Yasharallah, which spake with his mouth unto David my father, and hath with his hand fulfilled it, saying, Since the day that I brought forth my people Yasharallah out of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Yasharallah to build an house, that my name might be therein. But I choose David to be over my people Yasharallah. And it was in the heart of David my father to build an house for the name of the Most High power of Yasharallah. And the Most High said unto David my father, Whereas it was in thine heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well that it was in thine heart. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build the house, but thy son that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build the house unto my name.
Right, so this is Solomon remembering what his father David, what his intentions was. His intentions was, I dwell in this beautiful house, and the Most High, you dwell in a tent. You dwell in a tabernacle. But he had good intentions, but David's hands were what? Bloody. They were bloody. Because he was a man of war. So the Most High acknowledged David's sincerity by what? Let his son, Solomon, fulfill his wishes. You see that? Read on.
Verse 20. And the Most High hath performed his word that he spake. And I am risen up in the room of David my father, and sit on the throne of Yasharallah, as the Most High promised, and have built an house for the name of the Most High power of Yasharallah. And I have set there a place for the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Most High, which he made with our fathers.
Right, which is the two tabernacles, which represents what? The law. Right, that's the covenant. That's one of the covenants the Most High made with Israel. Right? Go ahead.
When he brought them out of the land of Egypt. Verse 22. And Solomon stood before the altar of the Most High, in the presence of all the congregation of Yasharallah, and spread forth his hand toward heaven.
It said, and Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord, right? And it said, spread forth his hands toward heaven. Go to, so a couple of things here. I want to show that this first of all, this is Solomon getting into his prayer. So when we go pray, what do we usually do? We lifting up our hands, right? Now, what do they teach you to do in church? They tell you to fold them, close them. What did it say Solomon did?
Spread forth his hands toward heaven.
He spread forth his hands toward heaven. You see brothers pray like this. You see brothers and sisters pray like this. That's biblical. That closed hands, you see with the little pictures, that's not biblical. You don't see that in Scripture. Right.
We're at 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 23. And he said, Most High, power of Yasharallah, there is no power like thee, in heaven above or on earth beneath. who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants that walk before thee with all their heart. Verse 24. Who has kept with thy servant David, my father, thou promised him. Thou spakest also with thy mouth, and hast fulfilled it with thine hand, as it is this day. Therefore now, Most High, power of Yasharallah, keep with thy servant David, my father.
Yeah, but hold on. I wanted to point out, because again, they tell us in church that you're praying with your hands closed, right? But there's many ways that we can pray. Go to 1 Ezra 8 and 73. First Ezra 8 and 73.
First Ezra chapter 8 and verse 73. Then rising up from the fast with my clothes and the holy garment rent, and bowing my knees and stretching.
And doing what?
Bowing my knees.
So Ezra, after he broke his fast, he lifted up his head and said, read it again, I'm sorry. Read it again from the top.
Then rising up from the fast with my clothes and the holy garment rent, and bowing my knees.
Bowing his knees. Go ahead.
And stretching forth my hands unto the Most High.
Stretching forth his hands unto the Most High. Right? So we read Solomon did the same thing, but it says Solomon stood.
Yeah, this is important because a lot of people ask, well, how do I pray?
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of like, is there a wrong way?
Right.
You know, when you see our custom was the hands of surrender, right? Hands up, don't shoot. Right? That's what it was. The surrender hand. So it wasn't, like, very good point. It wasn't the, nah, lay me down to sleep.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you say surrender, it's like what you do when you like see a police officer.
Yeah.
You say put your hands up.
Put your hands up,
and you
yeah.
like this, like you like surrendering to the cop.
Yeah,
So it's like, it's the same thing as far as the Most High, like we surrendering to the Father.
We're surrendered to the Most High, yeah.
Yeah, and the point I also want to add on with that was because I've heard even Israel say, well, we don't pray on our knees.
That's not true.
That's not biblical. We just read Ezra. It said he bowing his knees.
Can't speak. This is why you gotta have a good circumference of the word, or else you're gonna misspeak too much. None of us is perfect. You know what I mean? Speaking of that,
I do want to what was that? Last Sabbath, we were going over what was it? Leviticus 20. The brother asked a question about separation.
Well, how long do you separate? Somebody threw in the variable of twins.
Yeah.
And we went over it, and I basically reminded him, you're not going to add. You're not going to add the male and the female. You're just going to go the longest of what the child is. So if it's a male and a female, the female is longer, so it's concurrent.
That covers the male and the female. Yeah,
so we wanted to correct that. But on the point, there should be, you can make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. But it shouldn't be, I'm making mistake after mistake after mistake. Now you don't know what you're talking about. You know, and that's why brothers got to understand what they're saying. But yeah, we can pray on our knees. There's so many scriptures on that.
Yeah.
Praying on your knees. What else you got?
Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 13, 134, verse 2.
And yet, praying on our knees, he was still like this, right? Right, with his hands up. Go ahead. Nah, leave me down to sleep. My grandma used to pray that way. Go ahead, what you got?
So Psalms 13,
134, verse
2. Go ahead. Like, how did they get from 13 to 134? Go ahead,
Psalm chapter 134 and verse 2. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary and bless the Most High.
Right, so, okay. This is still with the hands lifted. Okay, I like what he's pulling though. It's showing that our hands are up, we got that out of the way. But we did pray on our knees. What else you got?
Go to Yahushua. Go to Matthew 24, Matthew 26 and 39. Matthew 26.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 30.
Matthew 26.
Matthew chapter 26 and verse 39. And he went a little farther and fell on his face.
He did what?
And fell on his face. And prayed.
And he prayed. So Yahweh Shai was on his face. How else can you be on your face? You literally, yeah, you're all the way down.
God.
Yeah.
And that's what I was just asking him. There's one in the scriptures where the priest laid down flat, right? There's one where they laid down flat on the ground, right? We want to find that one. Just to show that, look, the point is this, y'all. Whatever surrender, I'm going to let you come in. Whatever surrender you're in, right? The Most High is acknowledging that. It ain't wrong for you to get down on your face. Some of us will get down when we're begging for our lives. It's going to be that type of prayer, to where you're on your stomach praying to the Most High and showing Him that you're damn one with the ground. So there's nothing wrong with that. All right. So knees. We in here too. We don't want you to be ashamed. Like, if you want to get on your knees, get on your knees. If you want to lay your damn face on the ground, lay your face on the ground. Show the Most High. Don't. I know that's more when you do it in your closet, but still, it's not. Don't be ashamed of doing that. Yeah.
It's gonna say. Remember I watched 1492?
Yeah.
In 1492, I forget who it was. Maybe it was Christopher Columbus.
Okay.
It was supposed to be, but they had on land. I guess he went and he was asking or something. I don't know. He felt bad or something.
Yeah.
But he was laying on his face praying.
Laying on his face to the ground.
And it's like his kid tried to come and like comfort him and all that. He was like, "Get away from me!" He's crying and all that. So
Go out. Yeah. That's and there's nothing wrong with that. I know this is something like we pass up a lot. Like we figure people know how to pray, but some people are like, well, what do I do? What is wrong? So this is very important. Go ahead, where you at?
Read 1 Maccabees chapter 4 and 38. Read from 38 to 4.
1 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 38. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and shrubs growing in the courts as in a forest.
Right, this was Judas Maccabees and his brothers. Go ahead.
Or in one of the mountains. Yea, and the priest's chambers pulled down. They rent their clothes, and made great lamentation, and cast ashes upon their heads.
Right, this is what we would do when we were mourning. We would rent our garments. Sometimes we would put on sackcloth. We would put the ashes on our head, right? To solidify what? That lower state. Right? Go ahead.
And fell down flat to the ground.
And did what?
And fell down flat to the ground.
Flat. That's on your stomach.
There's another one too. It's in either Kings or Samuel's. But yeah, the same way. Flat to the ground. That was nice. Y'all see that, right?
It said, and they did what?
They fell flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpets, and cried toward heaven.
Right.
1839.
1839? Let's go there. Jumping a little bit ahead, but yeah. 1 Kings 1839. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 18, verse 39. And when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces, and they said, "The Most High, He is the power. The Most High, He is the power."
God, woo. Beautiful. 1839. That other one is that was 1 Kings 1839. Yeah, beautiful. All right, y'all get that right? Yeah, you're gonna have that. That way y'all know what is wrong and right to pray. The other one was at Maccabees. First Maccabees what?
4 and 38. 4 40s.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's jump back. That was it, right? Okay. Let's jump back.
God. This is 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 23. And he said, Most High, power of Yasharallah, there is no power like thee, in heaven above or on earth beneath. who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants.
Real quick, I know we sped over it. You understand what he was saying, we corrected, right? As far as do your time of separation. Everybody's clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
You're talking about
When you have a child.
when you have a man versus a
female.
son versus a female,
Yeah,
and the woman gotta take some time for her body to be purified. Right?
yeah. So the male is what?
40 days.
40 days, female is
80 days.
80.
Right.
So I think the question was, what about if you got twins? Because you know Israel gotta have those questions. Right?
And you don't add them up.
You don't add them up, you just go the female. Right? Because remember, your body's got to go through that process. A woman's body has to go through that process of cleaning. And that's what that's about, the separation. Man, nowadays they don't even care about that. They like, man, you know, it's been a week. You know what I'm saying? She good. No, her body is swollen. Her body is still purging blood. You need time for that to be totally clean. Yeah. Well, yeah.
You said male 80 or female 80?
Female, I think it's the female is more. The female
It's 80 days.
the female is 80 days and the male is 40. Yeah.
That was yes.
Yeah. So just wanted to be clear on that. All right, go ahead and continue.
God says, who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants that walk before thee with all their heart. Verse 24. Who has kept with thy servant David, my father, that thou promised him. Thou spakest also with thy mouth.
What you're seeing is the beginning of a child literally following his father and his father's good footsteps. You know, the thing is that as we go on in the story, everybody eventually, when our kids are learning this, and you hear me say this all the time, and I say it for a reason, because that way when you see some kids spaz out, you're like, well, I thought train up a child. Come on, train up a child. But as they get older, don't they got decisions to make? Okay, remember, the scriptures say, still choose ye this day life or death. Right? Our job is to train them, right? And to stand for them. And what do they say in the breach? Make sure they're not falling to these things of the world in their youth. But you can't do that when they're older. They gotta make decisions. Once they move out, they what? They hopefully they take all the integrity and morals and standard and the word above all, the Most High with them, right? So and they didn't resent what you gave them. Oh man, I cleaned so much, I'm gonna get in my house and just be a bum. There's kids like that, right? Think of yourself. How many of y'all resented your parents, and when you got in your house, you said, I ain't cleaning jack. Those dishes piled up, the house is dirty. Right? Because you didn't go with your parents, you resented it. But some of us, we did what? We're like, damn, I gotta get it together. And all of us being renewed, we know the proper thing to do in the spirit of the Most High. I'm gonna quote one of the Christians. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Which ain't in there, but we know that what? The Most High wants you to take care of your temple. Right? He wants you to keep your temple clean. Go ahead, read.
And has fulfilled it with thine hand, as it is this day.
Right.
Therefore now, Most High, power of Yasharallah, keep with thy servant David my father, that thou promised him, saying, there shall not fail thee a man in my sight, to sit on the throne of Yasharallah.
See, check this out, y'all. You know, when I read this, I remind myself that in old age, stubbornness can come in. See what mind he's in now? He's in a humble mind, a meek mind. He's in a moldable mind, to where the Spirit is able to use him. Y'all see that? Look at how he's speaking. Look at how he's talking. Right? You got to watch yourself. The older you get, and humility hasn't planted as a root, you get what? Stubborn and rebellious. You get stuck in your ways, and they can be the wrong ways. Y'all see that? Go ahead, read.
So that thy children take heed to their way, that they walk before me, as thou hast walked before me.
And as we keep bringing out, and as you should already know, you are going to affect your line, your lineage. You're going to affect it. Excuse me. You're going to affect it. My bad English start coming out. You're going to affect that. You know, you got to watch how you roll. Like I'm telling my son now, my kids now, I'm not waiting until you get 20. Nah, they learned this at 14 and 15 years old. You know? I'm looking at the 7 and 8 year old, and I'm looking at him like, how do you want your... I took that Shemaiah the other day. He's 7. What is he? 6? He's 6. I said, you know, the most I don't like lying. I said, do you want your kids to lie to you? They don't know how to act like, huh? Kids, but that's real though. You start thinking like, damn, I wouldn't want my kids to lie to me. That starts implanting in his brain. One of the biggest mistakes I see with a lot of brothers and sisters is you do not, and I have to remind my ribs as well, you don't talk the scriptures with your kids. And what I mean, the most I don't like that. You know what I mean? What do you think of the spirit is not, the spirit don't teach that. Like, when you start that lingo with them, they already automatically implants in their conscience Most High, Spirit, the Word. And then as they find that out, it all makes sense. But if don't do that. What the hell's your problem? Get your ass over there, boy. Oh, that was deep. Deep wisdom, huh? I watch y'all, I'm like, what are y'all doing? You gotta, and I remind my ribs too, like, no, y'all gotta be like, look, there's the Spirit, the Most High, you know the Bible. You gotta say that. I know you're thinking, well, they don't know. No, they are smart. I'm realizing that maybe I'm older and more conscious, more and more. But a 1-year-old watches. This guy is so in tune, everything. And I talk to him like a man. I'm like, bro, don't do that. You know, he snatches my glasses off the face. I looked at him last night like, I told you don't do that. Hand them back to me. He does like that. Yeah, I'm like, this dude is freaking crazy. This is crazy, and I know kids are like that, but we don't be conscious of this. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then they picking up all the bad examples of us yelling, fighting, screaming, cursing each other out. So, sisters above all, brothers, when you start talking with your kids, know that implement the gospel, implement the fear of the Most High. Right? Stop just yelling and telling them not to do this, not to do that. Be more Israelitish when you're parenting, right? Not like these heathens. All right? Go ahead.
Go to Proverbs 20 and 11. Mm-hmm. Right on that.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with the brother at the Passover. A lot of times, because of what America puts in, they're terrible twos. What's the other one? Terrible twos and tantrum threes? Or did I just make up that? I think it's right? They put in our minds to give our children an excuse to be disobedient.
Yes, they do.
As if there's going to be a switch that clicks to when obedience kicks in.
Well, you know what? They are terrible because, from what I've been studying, is that they, first of all, you're right. Let me say that. You were absolutely right in what you said. I'm bringing out the perspective of they're entitled from birth to that point. Yeah. So they, like, when we look at him, this guy's spazzing for everything. Yeah. Now, it's almost like he just needs to talk because he wants things, but he can't. He can't articulate it. So he's doing what? Yelling and screaming and then dropping. So where the terrible comes in is this. If we let Yahweh Kazak we let them push each other, or Kasadaya, they be terrible and you don't direct their path.
Man, I was just thinking the same thing.
Because you know the gospel. That's why. Right? And that's the problem. The women in the world, us worldly, we're not taught to be the parents. We're taught to give them over to the ward of the state. Let the white man teach them. Let America teach them. They are a ward of the state, right? So let them educate them, right? And you just give them over to YouTube until they can come to school, and then we indoctrinate them. You got to teach them the doctrine.
Right.
You got to indoctrinate them right when they come out the womb. Whether you're doing like reading to them, reading the Bible in the belly, playing right music in the belly. When they're coming out, you stop with this. Don't let grandma, this is why I let none of my parents, nobody around my kids, because that old, I'm going to do what I want to do and break the zeal of what you're doing, break the leadership of what you're doing. If you're training up a child and then grandma's coming back and untraining them, then what the hell is going on? You see this? So you got to be aware that, yes, they're entitled from birth to that 2, 3, and you got to break that out of him. So like when he drops on the ground, I'm like, don't pick him up. We talk to him like, no, you can't do that. Yeah. You can't just act out like that. And guess what? He understands. Yeah. He's got to think about it, and then he understands. These kids are smart. Our Israelite kids are smart. So don't dumb them down. You got to communicate. A lot of kids that are slow, that are not articulate, your kid at 4 or 5 should already be talking in full sentences and communicating.
You see him on the shop.
Yeah.
If you see quite a Zop son, I was looking at him like, is he 4 or 14?
Yeah.
Not because he was articulate.
He was articulate.
And I like that you said that, because even with the brothers' kids here, when they're crying, that's because they don't have the ability to communicate what they're dealing with.
Right.
So what I'm doing is, what you crying for? What you crying for? And you know what happens? They start calming down.
Yeah.
Because they want to express themselves. So I'm going to go through the list. Are you hungry? Are you hurt? And then they're connecting those words. So that's where the eloquent speech is going to come from later on.
So this is the problem with this, and we're not going to go to a full kids class. But the problem is this: when the parent doesn't want to see their shortcomings and they're introverts, you're going to teach your kids to be introverts. But the thing is, it affects them in a different way. Their communication skills are not all the way up there. And then that's why your kids don't know how to open up their teeth to talk.
Right.
What's up? Huh? Because you don't talk to them, you don't communicate with them, you don't articulate yourself with them, and therefore, and if you get worse worldly, they do what? They baby talk. Oh, that's really your kid is gonna be slow.
There's gonna be no Israelites doing baby talk.
Oh, he's just a baby. Nah, yeah, he's a baby, but we're gonna teach him how to be smart. Look, let's look at the prodigies, the Chinese prodigies, the white prodigies that learned a piano. Listen, the basketball prodigies. They pick up a basketball at what? 2 or 3.
They're playing chess.
They playing chess at 2 or 3. They're playing the piano at 2 or 3. And by the time they're 7, they're what? And what are you learning? You're learning what?
How to roll the blunt.
How to roll a blunt. Right? How to smoke a doobie. Right? I look at it. Look, go online. What do? The kids fake tatted up like their parents. Right? They're teaching them, remember, stupid is, stupid does. So the children are going to do that. So we got to keep in mind what our job is and why it's important to communicate with your kids so they won't be. We're coming out of the Encino Man. You know what the Encino Man is? A troglodyte. It's a cave dweller, right? We're coming out of that mentality that where you just yell at your kid. Get over here, boy. Like, you sound ignorant. We got to speak to them with wisdom and they will be watching.
So there's this it's an Edomite on YouTube, but he can hear almost any sound and he'll replicate it on the drums or any instrument. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, dang, imagine that was one of us, but with the verses. Like, you got the young brothers in here, they have a fast, but now it's like he's articulate. And then we got the younger one.
Yeah.
So if they get trained early, then they're going to be, by the time they like their age, they're going to be ready.
Yeah, and all the kids, them being in class, like you said before, your son, when he was coming around, what he started doing? Automatically, he salutes. Automatically, he wants to wear his fringes. He automatically, listen, I know at a young age, my Willa, if, I come out of the shower or, I've been through my belt on, he'd be like, Dad, your pants are sagging. Because he automatically knew we don't roll like that. Like, that you don't put your pants off your ass. And I didn't have to go through and go give him a whole breakdown. It was something naturally he knew. You see, so, but that means that we, as new parents, have to be on a high consciousness. And I'll tell you straight out, I was not conscious as a new parent because I was young. As a new parent.
Yeah, I always tell y'all about when Mama Aki was young, my thing was a video game, Call of Duty. Until I seen him throw the blanket over his head, like he just sniped. He just sniped in real life now.
Oh, damn.
Like he literally got the blanket over his head and he like this. He'd have been the next DC sniper. Yeah, but that's what happens when you're a young parent. And we don't realize that they're watching, they're mimicking. My brother was able to pick up that you don't let your pants sag because he's watching you.
Right.
And some of these lessons are non-verbal. So we got to be conscious of what we do and the example that we, like, how you did. If you're just lazy at the house, you're not doing that, what do you think your kids are going to do?
Same thing.
They're going to pick up on that same spirit. Come on.
Yeah. Go ahead, jump back. Where you at?
Proverbs chapter 20, verse 11. Even a child is known by his doing, whether his word be pure and whether it be right.
Right, so that child is going to be an example of what we instill in them.
That's why you can't laugh and you can't watch them and say stupidity and ignorance and him dressing like a girl and putting your makeup on is cute. You cannot do that. Just leave him. Yeah, he's just a baby. Right. Nah, he's smart. Just start doing that and emulating that.
But now he got laughs. He got laughs. This is my nephew. It was all fun when he was twerking the Beyonce song when he was young, right? And now what is he? 2 seconds away from doing the snip snip. Really? Oh, the snip snip.
Oh, the snip snip.
The snip snip, yeah. The transformer.
Little transformer.
But I remember his mother, of course no dad, but it was all fun, it's cute. He twerking to the Beyonce song. Because he's young. That's why you gotta check your son. No, that's mommy's purse. Yeah. Those are mommy's shoes. Yeah. Boys don't do those things. Why? Because if you're not stopping now, you'll see his doings.
Man, that is so real, beautiful. Yeah. Good, what you got?
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 71.
Yeah.
And verse 17. O Most High, thou hast taught me from my youth. And here it goes. I have declared thy wondrous works.
It said, taught me from my youth. When does it start? Right away.
Yeah.
Right away, because they're learning. They're learning that every time I cry, I get your beckoning. They just might as well give them a little bell when they come out the room. Go song. Right? Bring the hors d'oeuvres. They're learning that. So that's why you have to be conscious that if I have to talk to them, you crying, oh, you want something to eat? So now that's going to develop them to stop the crying and say, I'm hungry.
Right.
Don't limit your children. Don't put a limit on your children.
Yeah.
I just had the thought of the children are your oppressors because the parents don't know how to properly parent. It's because they don't know how to properly teach their kids how to speak, how to deal at a young age. So when they get like my age, they know that's demons.
Or before that, they get to 4, and now you can't stand them because they don't know how to articulate. What they do is scream and cry and grunt, and now you're frustrated because you didn't take the time to train them up.
Damn, he said grunt. Man, the kids are grunting, man. We gotta talk to them. You got it. Good job, Mike. Was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right, let's jump back. Go ahead.
We're at 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 26. And now, O power of Yasharallah, let thy word, I pray thee, be verified, which thou spakest unto thy servant David my father. But will the Most High indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, the heaven and heaven of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less this house that I have builded?
Yeah, Hebrews never believed Jesus is in the house. Jesus is in our house. We never believed that the Most High was going to come down and his glory was going to fill only one temple. We never believed that, y'all. See? That is a belief that came about through Catholic and Christianity. And we never believed that. We understood the Most High can't fill this house. That doesn't make sense. The Most High is, right? But we understand, like Solomon said, this was so on point. When you read this, I was like, damn, that's perfect. But just to show us how men of the Bible believe and how we veered so far away, right? The Most High, he said, he's in you except ye be reprobate. Right? So, yes, the Most High is in us if we do his will. He's here in the sense he's in you. He's working through you, right? Go ahead.
Go to, just on that. Isaiah 66. Right there.
No, I was looking for my pen.
Isaiah 66 and 1.
Verse 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Isaiah chapter 66 and verse 1. Thus saith the Most High, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest?
Right, just going back to what Kazaki was saying, we didn't believe that I could build refuge temple, you know, in the heart of the city, and the people of the city. Now, I heard my own church saying that God only dwells in that building.
Right.
Yahushua said, when 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I'm in the midst of them. So that building, that church, that's the Most High. Cannot dwell in the building made by hands.
Right.
That was a similitude when we read on, just like it was in the tabernacle, just like it was in the wilderness. I'm sorry. The tabernacle, the temple are a similitude or symbolic of us, of how we're supposed to keep our body as a tabernacle, as a temple. You see that? Well, hold on.
This is verse 28. Yet have thou respect unto the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication. O Most High, my power, to hearken unto the cry and to the prayer which thy servant prayeth before thee today.
Next, brother.
Wakar War, Shabbat Shah, God, Wan Yashallah. Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
What he was one?
Counsel.
Maybe 29.
First Kings, chapter 8, verse 29. That thine eyes may be open toward his house, night and day, even toward the place of which thou hast said, my name shall be there, that thou mayest hearken unto the prayer which thy servant shall make toward this place. and hearken unto the supplication of thy servants and of thy people Israel, which they shall pray towards this place. And hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and when thou hearest, forgive. If any man trespass against his neighbor, and an oath be laid open upon him to cause him to swear, and the oath come before thine altar in this house, then hear thou in heaven, and do and judge thy servants, condemning the wicked, condemning the wicked, to bring his way upon his head, and justifying the righteous, to give him according to his righteousness. When thy people, Yasha'Allah, be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and shall turn again to thee, and confess thy name, and pray, and make supplication unto thee in this house, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people, Yasha'Allah, and bring them again unto the land which thou givest unto thy fathers. When heaven is shut up, and there is no rain, because they have sinned against thee, if they pray toward this place, and confess thy name, and turn from their sins, when thou afflictest them, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy servants, and of thy people, Yasha'Allah, that thou teach them the good way wherein they shall walk, and give rain upon thy land, which thou hast given to thy people for an inheritance. If there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, blasting, mildew, locusts, or if there be a caterpillar, if their enemy besiege them in the land of their cities, whatsoever plague, whatsoever sickness there be, what prayer and supplication soever be made by any man, or by all thy people, Yasha'Allah, which shall know every man the plague of his own heart, and spread forth his hands toward this house. Then hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and forgive, and do, and give to every man according to his ways, whose heart thou knowest, for thou, even thou only, knowest the hearts of all the children of men.
Right. Remember that we're going to get according to our ways. What you reap is what you sow. Well, he that soweth to the Spirit shall reap to the Spirit. He that soweth to the flesh shall reap to the flesh. So how much are you giving? How much are you doing? Right? How much are you increasing? Sister, when is the last time you opened up the Bible yourself outside of class? Think about that. When is the last time you as a woman didn't need nobody to tell you, you grabbed your Bible, opened it up, and read? It's scary because I bet you there's some sisters that haven't studied and that hasn't done that. And I'm not talking about you looked up the scripture. I'm talking about you sat down, opened up your Bible. I'm afraid to ask because I know for a fact how sisters move. It doesn't look like you be studying, like you literally get in the book yourself. You have to, at some point, remind yourself that your husband can't save you, right? You're saved through the actions and the law and the doing of what the Father said to your husband. Come. But he can't literally put you on his back and bring you into the kingdom. It doesn't work like that. All right? So I made that clear, right? By the actions of the law, you doing to be obedient to your husband and honoring your husband. That's how you're going to get saved. But that comes through what? Studying, learning, as well as anybody else, right? The same actions you do with your brothers, your sisters. So remember, man, you're accountable for you. Every person, man, woman, shall seek out their own soul salvation. Okay, he brought you to the truth. Okay, you got it through him. You got it through her. But you are your own individual now. You got to gain that connection, that relationship in the spirit of the Most High, because you're accountable for you. Y'all get that, right? And the Most High will judge you for your heart. He will judge all of us according to our heart and our mind and our spirit. So a lot of times when you don't get mercy, you need to ask yourself, why didn't I receive the grace? Like people like, well, why did it happen to me? Well, the Most High judge you according to your heart. Right? Where's that one? To the forward. Go to Psalms real quick. Y'all know which one I'm talking about, right? Huh? For sure. Come on, man, y'all. I know you guys are killers, scholars. You know which one I'm talking about. It is Psalms. What is it? You said 34?
I said 44 and 21.
Oh, 44?
I don't know.
Let me see. No.
18 and 26.
That's probably it. Go ahead, read that.
Psalms chapter 18 and verse 26.
Uh-huh.
With the pure, thou wilt show thyself pure.
See, a lot of times you're like, man, I need mercy. How come the Most High don't answer me? Well, look at yourself. Look in the mirror. People don't understand that. You want to like blame the Father when you reap what you sowed, right? You need mercy. You need to. Well, I need the Lord to hear me. I prayed so much, He never answered me. Because when He called, you didn't answer Him. That's what the Bible says, right?
Come on.
Like, you don't understand what you put out is what you get. And therefore you hate. You should hate what's in you. Read, where you at again?
Psalms chapter 18 and verse 26.
Go ahead.
It says, with the pure thou shalt show thyself pure.
Go ahead.
And with the froward thou shalt show thyself froward.
Oh, you hard with people? Huh? You're like short, disrespectful, right? You're overbearing. You're slow to forgive. You're real judgmental. Oh yeah, bruh. Yo, hard-hearted cats. Like froward cats that's real, you know what I mean? Nah, the Most High, okay, that's coming right back around to you. You better be careful how you judge because that will come to you. Right? Watch how you deal with others because the Most High will deal with you according to your heart. Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead.
Verse 27. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but will bring down high looks.
Right. See? Once again, the scripture in Isaiah says the Most High dwell on high with the humble in heart. Right? So when you got to watch your like, that's why I use the word character. You got to watch your character. What type of individual are you? A lot of people think you can have a crappy character or nothing but austere character. We know Christ was an austere man, but He also let John lay in His bosom. So He wasn't like, nigga, get off me. I'm too hard for this. Brother, get off my chest, huh? See, they always do that. Like Christ was an austere man. Like all He did was turn over tables. Any table we've seen, throw over that damn table. That one too. Is that one too? Is that a table I see over there? Throw that shit over. Run.
I was just gonna say, Christ ain't say no didn't.
Hold on, I gotta attack that one. He definitely said no homo. But I get the point you're trying to make. Not what a good analogy though. Because Christ wasn't about that life. He definitely went on that. But seriously, like, we know what John laid in his bosom was. It was brotherly love. He was an austere man, but there was still compassion and mercy and all these things. So, just reminding yourself, like, I know a lot of people learn how to be shut in, shut down, right? And not really embody the entirety of what Yahweh Shai is. He's not just one thing. So when you look at that character, you'll be able to emulate and start wanting to be more like that. And that's what you will put out, and that's what will come back to you. So be careful. Be very careful. That was it on that. That was Psalms 18, right?
18 and verse 26.
Oh, I thought you had something. I see you over there.
You saw me?
Yeah.
If you would.
Go ahead.
I saw that display of love, of brotherhood, of Yahushua allowing John to lay in his bosom.
Yeah.
And to me that looked. To me, I saw it as wisdom. He knew when, right, to be there for his brothers.
Yeah.
Right. He knew when to rebuke them, and he rebuked them sharply, openly before all to see. It just, the scripture says, but there's a season for all things.
Right.
And Yahushua displayed that.
Perfectly.
Knew exactly when.
I was just talking about David the other day, why he was a man after the Most High's heart. We were talking about mercy and grace. Because David was graceful. He was graceful to his enemies. He was merciful to his enemies. And that's how the Most High is. He said he reigned on the just and the unjust. Even the wicked get fed. Because they're not going to be able to say, oh yeah, he wasn't there for me. The Most High supplied it. You didn't recognize who was doing it. Right? So now he got a reason to, and I'm not saying it's a setup. I'm saying he does what he does, and you, being wicked, don't acknowledge what the Most High is doing. You understand? So yeah, we gotta bear witness to this, man. Sowing to the spirit and then sowing to the flesh. Yeah.
So when you look at that scripture, having compassion on the ignorant,
yeah,
and you look at that word, that's one of the fruits of the spirit.
Right.
The definition is a social feeling that motivates people to help relieve the physical, mental, or emotional suffering of others. So that comfort, like when you're hugging somebody longer than like a few seconds, it releases endorphins. You get that feeling. You're comforted by that individual. It relieves the pressure, whether physical, mental element from that individual. So laying in the brother's bosom, like, man, it's hard out here, and you both sigh together. You know what I mean? That's a mental, physical, and emotional relief. That's compassion. That's a literal fruit of the spirit that you feel on your body.
You ever get riled up? Like, I be getting riled up, finna go to my son, and he's like, let me hug you. I'm like, nah. He's like, trying to give me a hug. I'm like, bruh, nah. And he's like, Dad. And I'm like, but listen, you go. That's all I'm laughing. I'm like, yeah, that compassion will shut down all that, right? Who was it? The Benjamite that was throwing stuff? Shimei. I was going to say Shimei, but Shimei. When Shimei was throwing stones at him, bro, like, that whole moment right there was like, look, the Most High might have sent him. You know, and the Most High put it in his heart, like, he really, really humbled himself, being a king at that point. That really showed how merciful and where his mind was. And then Shimei coming back, and he still gave more mercy. You can see there was no fake grudge. It was like, you know what, I'm going to let it slide. It wasn't that fake. It was real, like, you know what? Nah, I know what this is. This is the Most High. and then he showed it, right? He showed it again. So, and then when Shimei went off, obviously, what happened? It's like the Most High, like, I'll love you, and I'll show you mercy. Oh, you stepped out of line now in the mercy? Oh, I gotta whoop you now. Right? And that's why I can see when the Most High said, he's a man after my own heart, like that literally embodied at an earthly level. We know David wasn't on the Most High level, but for what he gives us, that showed us how the Most High wants us to be in character, in integrity. It was beautiful. I meditate on that a lot, yeah.
And then when you think about, it said when the multitude followed Yahushua, it said he was overcome with compassion for the multitude. Meaning, he didn't look at everybody like, what y'all
You freeloading niggas want.
Yeah, what y'all niggas want.
But then again, he come back and still check them. You know, that dynamic is there, but the love is there too.
It's like you get you whoop your son's ass, but at the same time you
don't hate him.
Yeah, you're like, damn, bro,
like,
I
who
gotta
was
do
your
this.
son? See, that's a dynamic that we don't have, that we have to learn with other people. Because we feel that with our loved ones. Like, you whoop your kid, and there's no resentment or hatred or bitterness. You whoop them, you check them, and you move on. I mean, hopefully, if you got resentment and hatred towards your kids, that's a whole nother level, right? But we gotta learn that compassion with the body, to where it's like, okay, I can check you and just move on. It ain't nothing personal, right? And we still move in the spirit of the Most High, but yeah, so much, man, that we learn from these characters, yeah.
And I'm also just thinking, like, sometimes the mercy we get is definitely not what we deserve, because even in the punishment that we get, it still ain't on the level that we deserve. So it's like, sometimes when I think of like getting checks and correction, it's like I'm getting a whooping and then I'm getting a hug right after.
Right.
Because it's like that mercy kicks in. It's like, dang, I needed that for the moment.
Right.
It stimulates, because it's like the Hebrew, no correction is present at the time.
Right.
But afterwards, like when you really sit there and calm down and think about it, it's like, dang.
It's joyous.
Calm.
See, because you're a godly young man, you can see the light in that. Seriously. Now, how many kids your age? See, you're going to be far advanced than what we were and what we are if you keep in that spirit. And that's what, that's how it's supposed to be looked at. Like, damn, Dad is going into me, but, you know, I was off. You know what I mean? I knew I was wrong. Right? Let's jump back. Let's jump back.
First Kings chapter 8, verse 40.
8 and 40.
That they may fear thee all the days that they live in the land which thou givest unto our fathers. Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people, Yasha, but cometh out of a far country for thy name's sake. For they shall hear of thy great name, and of thy strong hand, and of thy stretched out arm, when he shall come and pray towards his house. Hear thou in heaven thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to thee for.
Right. Remember that these are so Israel is no longer part of the nation. Now you're in another country, right? We know that in Acts, right? Strangers, devout men out of every nation, right? So, but the Most High is still saying, look, this is set up for them too. As long as they're in this other country and they face the east, this is, I mean, look at where we at. We know we're near Jerusalem, y'all. So let's be real. It's talking to us, strangers that grew up as Americans, as Afro-Americans, and Mexicans and Latinos, and what happens? We face the east, right? And people would swear in this land that we are not the sons of God. But in that land, it will be known that what?
We are
the sons of the Most High. Right? So, let's keep it real. That's speaking of us.
Yeah, I like that you said that, because some people stumble when they see these words like Greek, you know, they see Gentiles, strangers, You gotta get the context. When we teach here, we've been taught here to read, start at the beginning, read all the way through. Because when you read all the way through, as we're gonna do, you're gonna see he's even going by what Moses told would happen to us if we didn't hearken.
Right.
So it's not him saying now this is
It's something different or something new.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, when you look, because King Solomon, he had a naval fleet as well. He had a navy.
Yeah.
As the Bible talks about him. But I'm just saying that to say that when we were everywhere going, not just under slavery, but we were traveling in another country, doing a mission for the king for our nation, we would still pray in that day, we would face the east. So, God.
And that's where we went over. These Arabs prayed towards Mecca, right? They wanted to bite us. They wanted to style after us. Go ahead. Okay. Let me jump in the future. Where's everybody going to be praying to? Where's the world going to pray to? Jerusalem. So yes, for the Gentiles too, eventually, right? Remember, we're setting up what we're supposed to do. Right? This was for us to know how to reach the Most High, how to get mercy, right? But in the future, we know all nations are going to what? They're going to bow and face the east. If not, they're going to be destroyed. Yeah. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 8, third precept. That all
8, what verse?
43.
Go ahead.
Like third precept. That all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, as do thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house, which I have built, is called by thy name. If thy people go out to battle against their enemies, whithersoever thou shalt send them, and shall pray unto the Most High toward the city which thou hast chosen, and toward the house that I have built it for thy name. Then hear thou in heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. If they sin against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captive unto the land of their enemy, far or near. Yet, if they shall bethink themselves.
See, y'all see that? We took it away, far and near. We bethink ourselves. So, go ahead.
In the land whither they were carried captives.
That's at Luke 15, right? 15, right? The prodigal son? Right? The prodigal son did what? Bethink himself. Like, wait a minute, my father, why am I in this mire? Let me go back to the Most High. Right? Let me go back to Big Papa, the way he's taking care of me. Right? We talked about that. I'm pushing that point because what do we have to do? We have to bethink ourselves and realize that what we're doing is wrong and off. Go ahead.
And repent and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carried them captives.
And what is repent? Turning, changing, right? Repentance is turning and changing, reverting from your old way and turning to a new one. That's what it means to repent, to go back on it. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
This going back from yesterday. You know, it's denouncing that stiff-necked, stubborn mentality. And submitting to the Most High. You know, after catching his butt, because we're in captivity for a reason. It was to show us this is what happened when you're rebellious. This is why you have to face the east instead of being in that city. Because of our not hearkening diligently, serving the Most High with a joyfulness of heart. So now you're in a place where there's sodomites, there's pork on everything, you know what I mean? There's everybody ruling over you. You know, you don't have no rest day and night. All the curses, y'all know, Deuteronomy 28. But now, you see all of these schools, these little sanctuaries. You see so many brothers and sisters, Shalom. The brother, it was me and Kyle. He was in the daggone DMV. I thought y'all was like, what you said Sheba to the sister for? Oh yeah, I spoke to her last time. I gave a class. She saw my fringes.
I was running on the train. I was coming off the train when we got the layover in Orlando. And I'm getting off the train. The brother in the wheelchair, I'm like, what? And then it came to my ears. He said shalom.
Right.
You know what I mean? He said shalom. So yeah, we're everywhere now. The Most High is waking everybody, waking the Israelites up. Yeah.
I was gonna say we Natazak, Lakai, and Chris seen the brother in the airport, seeing our fringes, and he was talking to us. We was rapping to him. We gave him a class, and then also at the airport in Norfolk, I had on my this jacket right here. The sister walked up to me and was like, "Hey brother, can I take a picture at the back of your jacket?"
Right.
I was like, "Come on, go ahead, no problem." She took a picture, and I was trying to rap to her, but she just ended up walking away like she just like screw with it.
Right.
Rock right out, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the Most High is using the Most High is using a lot of brothers and sisters to get the word out, right? That's why I said we just got to do our part, hold the standard, be a standard, and the Most High will bless us for that, right? Go ahead, read.
Can I get that Baruch 2:30?
Baruch. Let's go to Baruch, y'all.
Just want us be thinking ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, waking up, reflecting like, hey, you know, are we really these
Stereotypes?
Baruch. You got it. Have to quit.
Yeah.
What's the chapter? Chapter 2, verse 30. Baruch chapter 2 and verse 30.
God, Baruch chapter 2 and verse 30. For if I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people, but in the land of their captivities they shall remember themselves.
Right, and that's what Solomon's prayer was. That one day, if you're stiff-necked, rebellious children, which we are, because you know, we got the law and we got the whole contract. It wasn't like the Most High hid anything.
Right.
It wasn't like, okay, I'm not going to tell you what's happening to you, what's going to happen to you if you don't obey. We got it right there. We said amen to it. But what happens? You know, just like today, you get in class, it's great to hear, but as soon as you go home, back to the negative. Right? Back to the worldly ways. Back to the fleshly ways. But now, just like Solomon prayed, just like we see today, we're getting tired of that oppression. I know I am. How about y'all?
Amen, brother.
So he said, in the land of our captivities, what?
And in the land of our
Read louder.
In the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves.
Right. We remember that the American way is killing us. The hip hop culture is genocide. Right? There's nothing out there that's going to help free us from this downtrodden state. It has to be remembered. We are His chosen people. And what was the disconnect? Us living the law.
Right.
Yep. All right, jump back. Beautiful. That was Baruch what?
2 and 30.
Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 8, verse 47, 5th precept. Saying, we have sinned and have done perversely. We have committed wickedness. And so return unto thee with all their hearts and with all their soul in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, and prayed in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, unto thee toward their land, which thou givest unto thy fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name.
I remember reading this and studying, and it reminded me of a scripture that they were reciting in church. 2 Chronicles 7:14. And you know, you shall know the truth shall make you free. This hit different when you know historically who this is talking to, and this is talking about you, not just because you're a Pentecostal, but we're talking to your nation. The people that when you go outside of church, you see them strung up, they're high, right? They're just in a maze. They're in a strong delusion, as it says in 2 Thessalonians. Mm-hmm. These are the things that you sigh and cry about, right? But when you see that this was talking about us, it just hit different, man. Read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 7 and verse 14. If my people,
Right,
which
he said, if my people. Right. Same thing Solomon said. He didn't say all people. He didn't say those religious people. He said, if my people, go ahead.
Which are called by my name.
Well, who else is called by his name? If his name is Yahweh and we're Yasharala, we're called by his name. We're his children. That when I got this, I'm telling you, that was, you know, because you forgot your first love. This was like, wow, we actually mean something. He actually cares about our people that's been in captivity. Read.
Shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal their land.
The healing comes from us by locking into the truth. First of all, understand we got to seek the Most High's face. Not the Republicans, not the Democrats, right? Right? Those people ain't never was the answer, the solution for us.
Nope.
It's the Father. Y'all want the healing? Y'all want to be back in the land? Then we need to seek the Most High's face and turn from the wickedness. You didn't learn what wickedness was in church. Because what you was in Sunday service smelling them good old collard greens. Who said it? Ariana? Oh no, the brother said to Ariana. He said, don't forget the collard greens. Ariana said, yeah, without the hog moss. And he said, we'll get the job off to that one. He had to be a little to that one because that's all we know. All we know is everything that's contrary to what the Most High said to do. But that's the wicked. That's the wicked that's plaguing us. That's the wicked that's keep getting us checked and beaten. But he said we have to turn from that. His people, Yasharala, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. This is the healing, right? And again, this is a scripture. I had to drop it because we would say it in church, and this was like, it was rhetorical. But now you got some oomph behind that. What you got, Ariana?
Baruch 3:7.
Oh, what?
God.
Oh.
You got it.
You got it.
This is Baruch chapter 3 and verse 7. And for this cause thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Because that's what this is supposed. Just like any loving parent, it's supposed to make you reflect. That time out, that punishment, like Shani once said, it's going to be like, wow, you know what? I actually appreciate that correction.
Yep.
Because if I didn't have that correction, it would have led to my destruction. The Most High said, I know the thoughts that I think toward you, thoughts of peace and not evil, to give you expected end. But we got to make that connection. We still under the scale. We still got the scales in our eye that God loves us any way we are. Any way we live, any way we deal, he's going to accept us. Nah. Your job, your boss don't accept you coming in anytime you pop up.
Nope.
They don't accept you doing anything you want to do on your job, right?
Nope.
They got standards, they got rules.
Yep.
So why doesn't the Most High have rules? Of course he does. And that's what we're waking up to see, that we got to get connected to those rules. The law is life.
That's right.
Go ahead.
For we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers that sinned before thee.
Right. We're accountable. We're waking up. We're seeing that. We're in the court. What the brother said, slavery was a choice. Yes, it was. It was a choice. A lot of people.
I don't think he really understood what he said. It was so deep.
Yeah.
Only an Israelite can say that and really understand. Right? It was a choice because we chose to be rebellious. Right? We chose to go against the commandments of the Most High. I don't think he meant it in that way, though. You think he did?
Slavery wasn't a choice?
He said it was a choice.
It was a choice. Yeah, make that statement. I always wondered on that. Did he really know what did he mean by that?
I think he was also talking about like the slavery that one people right now.
It's a choice. Yeah. It's true though. It's true. My people destroyed for lack of knowledge. And in that, we put ourselves in a condition of captivity and wanting to be a slave to everything, really. Yeah.
And also, like, you know, in the world, they think we Africans.
Right.
He probably was thinking, like, we sold our own people. So, that was
See, maybe that too. That too, though. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
That was it.
That was it? All right, let's jump back.
1 Kings chapter 8, verse 49. Then hear thou their prayer and their supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their transgressions wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before them who carried them captive, that they may have compassion on them. For they be thy people, and thine inheritance, which thou broughtest forth out of Egypt, from the midst of the furnace of iron, that thine eyes may be open unto the supplication of thy servants, and unto the supplication of thy people, Yasharallah, to hearken unto them in all that they call for unto thee. For thou didst separate them from among all the people of the earth, to be thine inheritance, as thou speakest by the hand of Moses, thy servant, when thou broughtest our fathers out of Egypt, O Most High Power.
And y'all know what that separate them is, right? What is that? He just says isolate us. Like, what was it? What is that separate supposed to be?
Oh.
I would say.
Go ahead, Aaron.
It was meant to be a distinction.
In the law was supposed to keep us separate. Not that we was this totally like.
He said it. Not that you was more in number.
Right.
Right.
He said it. It wasn't about you was more in number. It was about the Most High choosing us. Yeah, what you got?
I got the definition of holy.
Go ahead.
The definition of holy: consecrated or set apart to a sacred use.
Oh wow, beautiful. That's good. Sacred use.
Or to the service or worship of the Most High.
There you
go.
That is beautiful. Yeah.
So the Most High set us apart for to be different from like the nation, like you said. Like that's why when you put on the fringes and you start changing, the first thing people say is you're weird or you're different, because we now coming back to have nationality. It's something that we wasn't taught. So like we now we're starting to be different from the rest of the world. We come back to have laws and holy people, set apart nation.
The difference between the clean and the unclean. Watch him. He's got his fingers in there.
That's why the scriptures say we're like strangers and pilgrims. You know, because our culture is different from the world. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's supposed to show these other nations how to navigate on this realm. Because if you keep doing the way they're doing, it's going to lead to death, destruction. What you got? Last part, you read it here first.
I was wondering if you could read it again.
What, the definition? Where did you find that definition at?
This is in the 1828.
Yeah.
Right.
The definition of holy: consecrated or set apart to a sacred use, or to the service or worship of the Most High.
Yeah. All right, let's jump back.
What you had,
I'm sorry.
Separate, because the word, we use the word separate, but when you look it up in the Bible dictionary, it says devotedness to the Most High and His cause.
Right.
It said to consecrate, to distinguish, and to set apart for the use of God.
Yeah, just going back to what Hakawa said, this is why when you're at work, you know, they always ask you, there's something different about you. Like, what are you into? That's how they're supposed to be looking at us. We're not supposed to be just like them. I mean, yeah, we're in America. Yeah, we're Americans, but we ain't proud to be American. Right? We're proud to be Israelites. We're proud that this law gives us, illuminates us, as the scriptures say. So we're not moving like beasts, like the beasts that we were before the truth.
Yeah.
Where we just put our things in any holes, we lick and kiss anything, right? Like the world does. It separates us. So now they look at you like, dang, well, you don't ever come to the company parties. Why?
Because Diddy's there.
No Diddy.
You know, though, listen, we've been saying this for 40, 50 years. What be going on in those scenes. It's barely coming to light. We didn't need social media. We didn't need to know. We know how you move. We see how you move. You're moving weird. Yeah.
That's why the scripture says, ye are the light of the world.
Right.
We're supposed to be the light of the world full of darkness. We're supposed to be that light to show the world how to move correctly, how to serve the Most High correctly. And growing up in the world, we was acting like, like the powers and powers what they gave us, ignorant, stubborn. We want to go to the club and do drugs and we fight. I think it was a video that Kazak put up on one of his channels. Like a crowd of people, like Judites, like a big crowd just fighting and people recording like ha, laughing, pointing at us. And like right now, we being like the darkness in the world. We supposed to be that set apart nation, the light of the world.
Yeah, you see why we got to be on ourselves in here more, because, or else we bring the worldly stuff and you sow old cloth on new garment, and that's going to rip, tear, and it's going to destroy. Yeah.
I was looking through the synonym for separate, and I found the word cleave, which in that sense it means to break or separate from. But the word cleave also means to be joined to. So I found
You say cleave, right? Okay.
So I found this definition: to unite or to be united closely in interest or affection, to adhere with strong attachment. We was chosen from out of everybody, like the scripture said, we wasn't the greatest in number. It's because the Most High loved us above all. So He gave us that purpose to shine above all the nations. We was chosen for this duty alone. So when the world sees us in the state we are, it's a mockery, not only to us but to Him. So when we come back to our perfect stature,
when we bethink ourselves,
it's not going to be just a glory for us, but the nations are really going to see the glory of the Most High within us and just looking at Himself.
That's beautiful. Beautifully said. Yes, sir. All right, jump back. You're in what verse?
54. 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 54.
Oh. Go ahead.
And it was so that when Solomon had made an end of praying all this prayer and supplication unto the Most High, he arose from before the altar of the Most High, from kneeling on his knees with his hands spread up to heaven. And he stood up and blessed all the congregation of Yasharallah with that loud voice, saying, Blessed be the Most High, that hath given us rest unto his people, Yasharallah, according to all that he promised. There have not failed one word of all his good promise, which he promised by the hand of Moses, his servant.
Listen.
Yeah.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh, Ban Yashrala.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh, Ban Yashrala. I want you. Right.
Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh, Shai, Brakatam.
Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh, Shai, Brakatam.
It's fire, sir.
Brother gave fire at the Passover.
That's fire.
Like Solomon's gold right there.
Yeah, the lion of the tribe of Reuben.
and I'm looking at these garments that the sister did. These garments are fly.
I was sitting there staring at his, man.
I did the thing. Yeah, stand up so they can see it online. If y'all didn't see the pictures, I mean, go to our this is shameless plug though, for real. Go to our Facebook, Stream of Wisdom on Facebook. Y'all can see the pictures from all the different schools. But these sisters put their spirit. Can we get a round of applause for the sisters? And if y'all do want to purchase these garments, you can't garments online at what is it? Israelwear.
Yeah.
It's Israelwear.com.
Right. Yeah. No, it's what is it?
It's isbhpk.com/Israelwear. I know, we're all
Okay.
isbhpk.com, and then you scroll down, right? And it'll be Israelwear. I was gonna say this, now that you brought it out. If a brother wanted to get his Passover garment now, can he get it? Can he get it done? That way, when we go out on weekends, they can be in unity.
It would probably be at a higher price.
Because
we
it's
don't
not
have
bulk
as- Yeah, we
material?
don't have as one of the leathers, and we'd have to buy it, and it's $400 for one piece.
Well, I
And
mean,
that's just the piece, not including the pants and whatever else they need for us to do it. So, yeah, we need to get the leather.
we need to get
If
the
we had a few,
If
probably.
we had a few brothers that,
Yeah.
well, we know, you don't got one?
I got one. I was just gonna say
Yeah,
that.
he got lucky.
I was gonna say that my dad told me this morning he wanted to buy garments.
Oh, you do have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, you didn't, did you have it already?
Nah, I had.
Oh, you didn't make it, I got you. Okay, alright, yeah, I just, for some reason, thought that. I think the only one that don't have it is who?
Chris, Lacan.
Chris Lacan.
Right, so Chris and Lacan, if they come together, then maybe they can get one. That way they can have one, cause you just hit it, like going out, like, we get these Passover garments and brothers really wear them.
Bro,
You see me, I wear mine, I try to wear mine every class. All the garments you've seen is literally all Passover garments, yeah, like more, going out with our garments on the weekend, y'all look amazing, bro. Y'all look amazing.
King.
Yeah, royal. So, yeah, I wanted to ask that.
Yeah, the scripture said they put on warlike apparel.
Yeah.
There's no confusion that these are men of the Lord.
Yeah.
That exceeding great army.
It looks good.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say? I cut you off.
No, I was telling the car that my dad actually wants to buy a garment.
What garment?
Passover garment.
Well, there you go. That's three. That's three right
He
there.
told me this morning, cause he be watching class. He was just like, yeah, I'm trying to buy a garment. Those garments look nice. He said, tell Kazak I'm gonna buy a garment when I get back.
I saw him. He was watching last night.
Yeah, he
He
trying
said
to
he was watching last night.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he coming along slowly, you know. So.
Right there. That's crazy. Yeah, come a long way. But yeah, if they can do that, they can get garments and we can all go out in unity. Yeah, all right. Go ahead, jump back.
1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 57.
Uh-huh.
The Lord our God be with us, as he was with our fathers. Let him not leave us nor forsake us, that he may incline our hearts unto him, to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, which he commanded our fathers. And let these my words wherewith I have made supplication before the Most High be nigh unto the Lord our God day and night, that he maintain the cause of his servant, and the cause of his people Israel at all times, as the matter shall require, that all the people of the earth may know that the Lord is God, and that there is none else. Let your heart therefore be perfect with the Most High our power, to walk in his statutes and to keep his commandments, as at this day. And the king and all Israel with him offered sacrifice before the Most High. And Solomon offered a sacrifice of peace offerings, which he offered unto the Most High, 20,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the children of Israel dedicated the house of the Most High. The same day did the king hallow the middle of the court that was before the house of the Most High. For there he offered burnt offerings and meat offerings, and the fat of the peace offering, because the brazen altar that was before the Most High was too little to receive the burnt offerings, and meat offerings, and the fat of the peace offering. And at that time Solomon held a feast, and all Israel with him, a great congregation, from the entering in of Hammah unto the river of Egypt, before the Most High our power, 7 days and 7 nights, even 14 days. On the 8th day he sent the people away, and they blessed the king, and went unto their tents, joyful and glad of heart for all the goodness that the Most High had done for David his servant, and for Israel his people. 1 Kings chapter 9 and verse 1. And it came to pass, when Solomon had finished the building of the house of the Most High, and the king's house, and all Solomon's desires which he was pleased to do, that the Most High appeared to Solomon the second time, as he had appeared unto him at Gibeon. And the Lord said unto him, I have heard thy prayer and thy supplication that thou hast made before me. I have hallowed this house which thou hast built, to put my name there forever, and mine eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And if thou wilt walk before me, as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart and in uprightness, to do according to all that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever. As I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. But if ye shall at all turn from following me, ye or your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes which I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I have given them. And this house...
Once again, just a reminder, what you do not only affects you, it affects the whole body. And that's what yesterday's class was about. When you're stubborn, stiff-necked, rebellious, around you, people around you are going to suffer for that. Whether it be a bad example or whether it be how you treat them, it's going to be the wrong way. So we're fighting, remember, like when you first come in, it's I'm here to get my spirit right. But as you mature, you realize, wait a minute, this is about more than just me. It's about the body, the nation. See? So we got to be aware that as we're seeing every king, when they messed up, what happened? You affect your kids, you affect your house, you affect the family, you affect the nation. And that's what you're seeing with Solomon. Everything could have ran good and been done right. Even with us. It can go right. It can get better. Right? The work of righteousness is peace. Right? I was just talking to my rib about that. Like, I was just meditating, like the Most High is graceful. I know in my own household, like, to where how it started out, us all being young, and to where the Most High started to change their mind and mature them and mature me. The Most High's mercy is great, but the word is true. The work of righteousness is peace. You become more peace in your house. So the more and more you get rid of the old leaven. And I know some of y'all don't really see it right now, and it's just words, but you gotta believe it. The word is true. Y'all understand? All right, go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 7. Then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I have given them, and this house which I have hallowed for my name. Will I cast out of my sight, and Israel shall be a proverb and a byword among all people.
Right.
And at this house which is high.
See? It's like if you do this, if you mess up, everybody's gonna look at y'all and the greatness that y'all were looked at. And what? And
at this house which is high, everyone that passes by it shall be astonished.
Yeah, they're going to be looking at it and man, and that astonishment wasn't like, oh, they're great. Nah, it's what the hell happened to you? And that when you look at the blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, you're like, man, you guys are great people, but what happened to you? Well, we tried to emulate the nations. Understand that. When we try to be like the heathen, y'all got to see this. You know what I mean? It's not you. You are not them. We are not they. Go ahead.
We are us.
We are us. Go ahead.
And shall hiss, and they shall say, why hath the Most High done thus unto this land and to this house?
Right.
And they shall answer, because they forsook the Lord their God, who brought forth their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and have taken hold upon other gods, and have worshipped them, and served them.
Right.
Therefore hath the Most High brought upon them all this evil. And it came to pass at the end of 20 years, when Solomon had built the two houses, the house of the Most High and the king's house, now Hiram, the king of Tyre, had furnished Solomon with cedar trees and fir trees, and with gold, according to all his desire. At then King Solomon gave Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee. And Hiram came out from Tyre to see the cities which Solomon had given him, and they pleased him not. And he said, What cities are these which thou hast given me, my brother? And he called them the land of Kabul unto this day. And Hiram sent to the king 60 talents of gold. And this is the reason of the levy which King Solomon raised, for to build the house of the Most High and his own house in Milo, and the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazar, and Megiddo, and Jazer. For Pharaoh, king of Egypt, had gone up and taken Jazer, and burned it with fire, and slain the Canaanites that dwelt in the city, and given it for a present unto his daughter, Solomon's wife. And Solomon built Jazer, and Beth Horon the Needle, and Baal Athar, and Tadmor in the wilderness.
Oh, Ariel, what's up?
Yeah, so when you read in Deuteronomy verse 7, that the Most High was going to cut us out, and kick us out of our nation if we disobeyed Him, committed idolatry. Because when you read in Leviticus, He'd already warned us about the people who are already in our land. What they were doing was defiling it,
right.
So the land would spew them out.
The land would, same thing.
So it was the same thing. Like I'm giving you a warning of what happened before you, and this is what's going to happen to you. This is going to succumb to you like it did to them. So I'm going to cut you off the same way I cut these people off, because you're defiling the land, His holy temple. It was Leviticus 18.
Where are you at? Next brother. Cabal. The point of the sarcasm is not apparent to us on the account of what it means. It says it means worthless. Not to my taste. That's what it is. Not to my taste. Who had a question? Yeah.
What was the region of the cities that was given to Solomon?
Remember he helped him?
Right. No, I was just trying to see because here it's saying he was given the city, so I was just trying to see where on a map would that be.
Oh, we can look it up. Cabal? Yeah, we can look it up.
Well, what he gave him Galilee? The 20 cities in Galilee?
Yeah, let's look it up. Yeah. Well, what? Let me get that too. Let me grab both of those.
Akwa, Sabbath Reading, Yehovah, Bon Yashala.
Akwa, Sabbath Reading, Yehovah, Bon Yashala. Imagine, Barak.
Yehovah, Shem Yehovah, Shabrakadam.
Yehovah, Shem Yehovah, Shabrakadam.
Sir. Look for those two on the map. Yeah. You guys, look, show them this real quick. Look, go to Amazon and get one of these right here. It's $20. This is going to give you some good maps, Bible maps, old and new. And it's going to give you dates, a lot of times, a lot of, even before we got this, I was going over the archaeology of the Bible. And I went over the Misha stone, the Tel Dan stone. It got all those stones in there. Every archaeological evidence they showed to prove the Bible, the Moabite stone, it's in there. So it's a lot of information in there, right? That we deal with daily. Remember, you eat, sleep this book. That is a real good map book. date book. You know, it's really good. Yeah. We know every picture there is Caucasian. Put aside that. The information is right. Yeah.
Like just
most of the information in there is right. Yeah.
just on this book.
Let me see the book again real quick. On Amazon, this is Rose Book of Bible Charts, Maps, and Timelines, and it's by Rose Publishing, right? Yeah, and it just gives a real good timeline. Yeah, Rose Book of Bible Charts, Maps, and Timelines. So that way, when we do go over these maps, we still don't got a TV rolled out like in other zones, and where we can put the map up there. But we can open it up together and say, hey, go to this page. All right, we got to get on the level of Houston. Rochester got it too. They got it beamed up, huh? AI comes out of the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we was in the spirit when we saw these books. We actually found these at a gas station going to Houston.
No, we were coming from
it was Passover for Houston, right?
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio.
Yeah, so we saw these at a gas station, and then I think like a couple brothers bought them, and then we saw it on Amazon.
Yeah, so
we got it for like $5.
Yeah, they're needed for your studying. All right. Where were we at? Oh, did you find it yet?
So Gezer, right? You look at Gezer. It will be south of Bethel, but north of Jerusalem. So it's like right in between there. So it'll be north of Jerusalem, south of Bethel, right? And we're looking for, what was the other one you wanted? Oh, Beth Horon.
Okay, we're gonna keep looking for that one. Go to we're at 1 Kings 9 and 19.
Come. This is the book of 1 Kings, chapter 9, and verse 19. And all the cities of store that Solomon had, the cities for his chariots, and cities for his horsemen, and that which Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, and in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion. Verse 20. And all the people that were left of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which were not of the children of Israel. Verse 21. And their children that were left after them in the land whom the children of Israel were not able utterly to destroy, upon those that Solomon levied a tribute of bondservice unto this day. But the children of Israel did Solomon make no bondmen, but they
right. Remember, that's the law, y'all. You were doing a job, as opposed to them, they were slaves. Right? Very important. All right, you put your own people in slavery. No, we didn't. We did not put our own people in slavery. You would work for a brother. You would work for a sister with pay, right? You would be treated to the standard of the law.
And you would have the option of after your contract is over.
Yeah,
to stay.
Have the option
to stay or leave.
Or leave, yeah, exactly.
And do that on the plantation.
But they were, what did they call it? No, they call it something else. I see this whole YouTube of this guy going over slavery. I wanted to go follow this guy. Oh Lord, it was so much bull. Like, he was just making it seem like, oh yeah, they just, by the way, they just came over and were, it wasn't indentured servants. What's the new terminology? You know what I'm talking about. It's not indentured servants, it's
What they got the textbooks?
No. We gotta, it's a way they say it, but almost making it seem like we came over by free will. And we were just working. Yeah. Yeah, what?
They also try to make it seem like we came over to learn trades and all that.
Yeah. That's what they're doing now. Like, oh yeah, they were just coming over. Bro, you know we was packed like sardines on these ships, crapping on each other, dying, being thrown over, being beat to death, being eaten by alligators, dying of different diseases. Bro, Esau really is trying to water this down. Right? Yeah. Go ahead, Al.
But they were men of war, and his servants, and his princes, and his captains, and rulers of his chariots, and his horsemen. Verse 23. These were the chief of the officers that were over Solomon's work, 550, which bare rule over the people that wrought in the work. But Pharaoh's daughter came out of the city of David unto her house, which Solomon had built for her. Then did he build Milo. Verse 25. And 3 times in a year did Solomon offer burnt offerings and peace offerings upon the altar which he built unto the Lord. And he burnt incense upon the altar that was before the Lord. So he finished the house. And King Solomon made a navy of ships in Ezion-Geber, which is beside Elohim, on the shore of the Red Sea.
So America, the British, Portuguese, the Spanish, they wasn't the first people to have a navy?
Nah.
See why these Sabbath readings are important?
Yeah.
Let America tell it, they're the mighty navy. They rule the ocean seas, right?
Yeah.
Well, here it is in the Bible. Solomon had a navy.
Long time ago. Yeah. Go ahead.
On the shore of the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. Verse 27. And Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen, and had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon. And they came to Ophir.
That means there was nations that knew about these other lands long ago. Right? They knew about America long ago.
Right.
Go ahead.
Verse 28. And they came to Ophir and fetched from thence gold 420 talents and brought it to King Solomon. 1 Kings chapter 10 and verse 1.
You had a question?
No, I did the math on the talent.
Oh.
Okay, what you got?
So a talent of gold is 72 pounds.
A talent, what is this, a Mesopotamian talent or not a modern day talent?
I believe modern day.
Yeah, you guys got to do your research on that. Like, there is such thing as a Mesopotamian talent, as opposed to a modern day talent.
But so 1 talent of gold with today's currency, America's currency, would be $1,400,000. Right, so the total
a talent?
A talent.
Damn.
So 1 talent would be $1 million.
$1 million.
So this one. And how many talents it said he had?
Verse 28, 420 talents, which comes to a grand total of 570,240,562.
570. So you said $500 million.
Yes, just for this one trip.
Right, just for that one trip, you got $500 million.
In gold.
Dollars in gold.
So a talent, what you got?
72 pounds is 1 talent. And 1 talent is equal to
72 pounds?
Is equal to 1 talent. 1 talent of gold weighs 72 pounds. Which is equals to $1,400,000.
Damn.
You said 1,400,000?
Yeah. Just say $1.4 million for 1 talent of gold. Damn. So the 420 talents will come up to $570,240,562 in today's currency.
Solomon was a rich man.
This was just in the gold that he went.
That's just on that trip.
That was just on that trip.
That's not to mention what else came with the trip.
I got the numbers for that too.
Yeah.
That was just the price of the gold. That wasn't even the weight, because the weight of it was 30,240 pounds.
Right.
And remember, the building of the temple cost like $67 billion.
Right.
So they can't. We wasn't touchable in riches. Right. So
where is all that gold at today?
I seen it.
Where's it at?
I know where it's at.
It ain't in the middle of the mall.
Definitely ain't that 18 carat. It ain't that 22 carat.
I know where it's at.
Listen, it ain't in the middle of the mall.
Not there.
Y'all, listen, we know the hook on the carts in the mall. We know where they get their jewelry from, right? They ain't charging you buku cash for that.
I got a
They get it
suspicion.
right from Alibaba.
Yeah, I definitely got a suspicion.
I'm not talking about Alibaba, the 12 princes. I'm talking about Alibaba Express.
Not the cable wonders out. Not the cable wonders.
Nah, good.
This is 1 Kings chapter 10 and verse 1. And when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels that bear spices, and very much gold, and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. And Solomon told her all her questions. There was not anything hid from the king, which he told her not. And when the queen of Sheba had seen all Solomon's wisdom, and the house that he had built, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, and his cupbearers, and his accent, by which he went up unto the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her. So basically, like, she's saying everything that Solomon had. And she like basically like blew her away. Like, wow, this how you coming up?
right.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, this is a queen coming to see another person's riches.
Yeah.
You know what I
She
mean?
already got riches.
Yeah, you like.
She already got castles.
It said she brought a train. She brought a train of goods and valuable things. It coming to somebody else when you read in, beautiful.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to for the sister that asked about where was Beth Horon, that was also around Jerusalem. It was the city right outside of Jerusalem. So Beth Horon and this version. Gesher, right, all in the same area, right outside of Jerusalem.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 6.
Yeah.
And she said to the king, it was a true report that I heard in mine own land.
You're at 1 Kings 9 and 6?
1 Kings chapter 10 and verse 6.
Right, 10.
And she said to the king, it was a true report that I heard in mine own land of thy acts and of thy wisdom. Howbeit, I believed not the words until I came, and mine eyes had seen it. And behold, the half was not told me.
Yeah, so when you think of a king, do you think of a rambling, belligerent, pan-sagging? You think Solomon had a blunt in his ear? He smelled like dirt. No, seriously. Like, we got this thing about culture, like, that basically is like a damn trailer park trash. Like, that's our culture. You just dirty, you stink, your pants are off your butt. Like, this is culture. Nah, that we were think of a high level stature and prestige how Solomon was rolling. So when it says we're kings and priests, right? What should be becoming? What should be the level of that? And then we look at Christ. We look at how he conducted himself. We look at these men, how they conduct themselves. In character we see, right? And in riches and all the other carnal things, we can see it here. But the character is what makes you a king. Right? You know, if Solomon came out drunk, spilling bottles in front of the king, the queen, you know, would he get the name? Wow, this is a wise guy. Right? He wouldn't get that name. So a lot of this culture thing and what we consider blackness is not us. Right? Go ahead. Come on.
Verse 7, last precept. Thy wisdom and prosperity exceeded the fame which I heard.
The Most High makes us prestige. The Most High makes us, he says it best when he says, how has gold become earthen pitchers? Like, we were raised up as gold in the jewels of the Father. Right? Not cubic Kazodian. I never can say that word.
Cubic zirconia.
Yeah, not moissanite.
Moissanite.
This is just straight up real Jews, right? Moissanite. Go ahead.
Yeah, she was like, I heard you was great, but I didn't know you was this great. Like, it said that thy wisdom and prosperity exceeded the fame which I heard.
Yeah. What's up?
It's like they got the saying, you can't make a second first impression or representation matters. Because the way you present yourself in the beginning is how someone's going to perceive you. Right? So if you perceive you show yourself with wisdom in that first impression, that's how they're going to see you. And that's not just how that was just not a one-time thing. That's how he dealt daily. So it wasn't, and that's what really made her amazed, because she heard all these things, but it wasn't just every once in a while. It was a constant thing of how he dealt with other kings, other nations, and his people. So that's why his wisdom got him all these riches. But overall, that was the Most High using him to show his power.
What makes a man prestige, right? Elites on a high level. It's the wisdom of the Most High. Right? It's not any wisdom, it's the wisdom of the Most High, because the wisdom of the Most High brings the application of integrity and morality. Right? You can have money, you can have riches and still be an animal. Right? It's the laws and commandments that guide us with integrity to know how to. I mean, you hear about what these guys are doing. Everything's coming about Diddy, but his son recently, it's coming out now like father, like son. Right? Son is him raping people and God. Oh, they could get his. And his son is like what? 18?
He's like 20.
Oh, he's older now? He's like 20 now?
He's like 20, something like that.
Yeah, and he's like, he following what dad showed him. It's okay to what? Take advantage of women, take advantage of boys, probably, all that. Take advantage of booties, all that. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 10 and verse 8. Happy are thy men, happy are these thy servants.
I like this because it reminds us, let's bring everybody along. Right? Solomon was about, let's bring everybody along, as opposed to, when she's seen, I didn't bring it out earlier because I knew it was going to get to that point. When she's seen what and how the men were rolling, she was like, wow, everybody around you. It was on point, right? It wasn't that greedy where he was on top of the world and everybody else was bums.
Right. It said in verse 5, it said, and the attendance of his ministers and their apparel.
Yeah.
And his cupbearers. So everybody was esteemed or dressed like royalty. The scripture says, as an officer, as a judge and so his officers. A lot of times we use that in a negative light, but even in a righteous thing.
Yeah.
One thing I love about the leadership here, the transparency. Like it's never I'm taking all the money in, I'm taking everything in, and not spreading or not sharing.
Right.
You know, that's the brotherhood that I see from the men above me. You know, but that was our culture. You know, it's not like the politicians. Like I was talking to a Levite, so-called Haitian, and I was asking like, what is going on in Haiti? This is a rich country. This is a country that was like the jewel of the Western Hemisphere. Everybody, the Spanish wanted it, the French wanted it. They fought for it. But why are you telling me it's a third world country? Like, wow, no. It's because those people that's in place, they're taking on the rich and they're taking on the wealth.
Everybody gets in that position. Even I guess one of the old generals, they call him a gang leader now.
Oh, a barbecue?
Yeah,
barbecue.
They call him a gang leader now. It's like, is it really going to be about the people? Or is it going to be like, once again, you get into power and greed comes in and you just crap on all the people. So and we know what happens when that happens though. Let's be real. What happens when you do come in and you're like, it's for the people, right? Like what's the Venezuelan president?
Oh, Chavez?
I think it was Chavez that wanted to do cryptocurrency.
Yeah, they took him out.
They killed him. Mm-hmm. Why? Because America wants to keep certain people in their lane.
Yeah.
Right? They want to keep certain countries third world countries. Right? It according to them, it equals out the equilibrium of the world. Yeah, bro. The way they think. Yeah, so they keep them in that lane. That's why they don't want these other countries, Cuba and these other countries, to be successful. Yeah.
In history class, I forgot who was the president during the Cuban Missile Crisis, but America was in a time of, they was in fear because they knew the Cubans had the gold and they had the firepower to take out the whole southern border of America at that time. So they had to go overseas towards certain spots around Cuba to try to attack them. But they ended up having to make a treaty because Russia tried to join in as well.
Yeah.
So it was like, America be trying stuff, but it's not going to work because it's most of the
they slick. America's so slick. It said Psalms, the words in their mouth are smoother than butter, but the sword is in their hand. You know, that's how they move. Right? Like all this shenanigans with, we telling Israel not to bomb them. Bro, that's all for show. That's all for show because he wanted, the crypt keeper wants to get back into power. You know what I mean? But that's all for show, man. And they all about stumping out because it helps them. They don't got to go to war. Another Afghan, another Iraq, and go to war with guerrilla Muslims. You know what I mean? Because you know what happens when you go over there, they ain't playing your war tactics. They're running in, blowing everybody up, sending bombs in the street, kids come up with bombs on them, all that. They're not playing that. So really it benefits America on the low.
Wow.
Yeah, it's sad. America's a diabolical nation. It's diabolical, man. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go back.
Go to Proverbs 29:2.
Oh yeah, God. Yes, sir.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Right, just like his father, David. When David came back from war, what did he do with the spoil? He divvied up with the people, right? Even though they didn't go to war. Right? America don't even share the spoils with their own vets. You got most of these guys that you see out there holding the signs up, those is former military vets. Kyrie was in Desert Storm. What's the other one? Vietnam.
Mostly Vietnam vets.
Yeah, a lot of these guys would, sign and risk their life for, the American way. But they don't give. The scriptures talk about hating a soldier that went to war, a poor soldier. But that's what America's about. It's all about the people at the top, the elite, they're keeping the wealth, recycling the wealth, right? While everybody else is what? Starving. The scripture says.
You come back with
PTSD.
Yeah, that's your gift. Anxiety.
You can't even get a doctor's appointment. You can't even.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Can't get that.
When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Right. Sheba said in verse 8, she said, happy are thy men, happy are these thy servants. Yeah, but they got a righteous king. Right? That's share that wealth.
Yeah, and y'all see the Just a little one series about Queen Charlotte. Bridgerton. You see how the royal court is? You can imagine, where did they get that from? You know, the servers, the cats that were working in there. The difference is you weren't treated like a slave, right? You were wealthy too, right? And that's how it's supposed to be. You know, they had the whole nation like this, you know? Yeah, what's up?
So what you're saying is, in the hood way, I'm not trying to say like this, but like, you know, like, cause when we say like, dang, when I'm on, my boy's gonna be on.
Right.
So like, cause like me and
Everybody's on.
Yeah, cause me and Osh was talking about that on the trip, on the way back. It was like, man, we get this, we win this lottery, man. We all know, you know what I mean? But that's what Solomon learned that from his father, like how he was going into. You know?
Yeah.
He was sharing that wealth with the brethren that was around him.
That was a good part he was following, right? A good example. Yeah. All right, go ahead. What verse you at?
Verse 8. And I was gonna say also, in like, you know, verse 8, it's why it's important for us to make sure that everybody's keeping the standard. You know, all the way down from Kazak to the officers, to the soldiers, to the troopers. Everywhere we go, his eyes is watching us, so we gotta make sure that we keeping the standard. You know, so we can represent the school the correct way, but not only the school, but we representing the Most High. So we gotta make sure that we keeping the standard, we staying in order everywhere that we go. So that, you know, because what's the first thing people gonna say when you out of order, you doing something wrong? Well, I ain't messing with those guys. I ain't messing with those Israelites. They be doing some other stuff over there. So we gotta make sure that we keeping, you know, how that the Most High name is gonna be like good. Making sure that we keeping the standard everywhere we go, so people can see the example.
Right. Good point.
Verse 8. Happy are thy men, happy are these thy servants, which stand continually before thee, and that hear thy wisdom. Verse 9. Blessed be the Most High, which delighteth in thee, to set thee on the throne of Israel. Because the Lord loved Israel forever. Therefore made he thee king to do judgment and justice. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold.
Who got the number on that one? Asha got the number on that? So you said it was 570 million or gold? Get the number on that.
Go ahead, read on where to get that.
And she gave the king 120 talents of gold and of spices, very great store, and precious stones. There came no more such abundance of spices as these which the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon.
Right, so you got brothers today, though, they bending their back to give everything they work hard for to try to get the attention of a woman. But you see what wisdom will do for you? If you lock into the wisdom of time, like when the scripture said in Isaiah, 7 women shall cleave to one man, that man wasn't chasing after those women. They were going to see, they was appreciating this man that was locked into the wisdom of the Most High. Brothers got to realize that. It ain't about you trying to give her bending on the knee, giving her the biggest rock, the biggest stone. Nah, she's not going to respect that. I mean, do they respect that today?
They still don't. They get it and use it and abuse it. Yeah.
So I had the measurements of the gold and stuff.
Yeah, what you got?
So if one talent was $1.4 million, 120 talents of gold was 168 million. And then the weight of it was 8,640 pounds.
You gotta say that slow. That's a lot of millions for me. Hold up. Say it again.
So if 1 talent of gold was 1.4 million.
1.4.
So he had
1,400,000.
He got she gave 120 talents of gold. So that was 168 million.
168 million.
Dang.
Plus the 570.
That's a billion.
And this is just offering.
Yeah. And then the weight of all that, just the gold alone though, was 8,640 pounds. plus the 30 pounds that they got from the Navy. No, 30,000, not 30, 30,000.
Sometimes I be thinking like, just imagine how the kingdom gonna be, how much gold gonna be in the kingdom. It's like gonna be crazy.
When you got that much gold, you ain't got no choice but to ice out your teeth. You got gold cups.
I'm running out today.
You got gold
Our
cups.
preacher Shia said he's gonna get diamond shoes.
How you walking down?
That's what I said. But that's gonna be some pimp stuff, right? Like you got diamond shoes, like.
So you gonna bring back the fish sticks?
Yo, that's that old school 70s.
That's pimping. So like,
Yeah.
I mean, the scriptures say that the doors are going to be open continually because they have to bring all this gold. Shoot, like I mean, we could kind of, we still can't even really imagine what Solomon had, but just even in that spectrum, we still can't imagine what the kingdom is going to be like. All that gold. We don't know where the gold that Solomon had is at the moment, but we have speculations. But there's no way we could really fathom it. It's too much gold.
And this is the things that we need to meditate on. Like, you know, when we still stuck in our stubborn ways, going from like just, you know, from last night's class, you know, this is the things that we can lose out on. To really see what this is going to look like, not just reading it, but actually being there. To look at the street paved with gold.
Yeah,
You know
why
what I mean?
why is the street paved with gold?
Right.
Because we had so much.
Yeah, right.
Gold.
Ain't nobody gonna be like chipping off the gold.
Right.
Right down the street. Oh, this is good. I can get a lot of this. Yeah.
I just been thinking about how they got like when you got the baking powder, it'd be the gold powder. It's fake though, but that's how we really gonna have our food. we eating
You
gold.
gonna eat gold?
You know?
You gonna over gold?
I'm gonna have it in my hair like Solomon.
You gonna over gold? Y'all don't know that. That's why I'm gonna get you second.
Yeah, they got those states where they do have gold on there.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Let's jump back.
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
And the Navy also of Hiram that bought gold from Ophir, bought in from Ophir great plenty of almond trees.
Almond trees. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, almond trees. Ooh. Now, check this out.
Uh-oh. Bring it up.
They're about $500 to $750 per cubic foot.
Wait.
What the heck?
Wait, say that one more time.
Almost.
Slower.
Almost trees.
Oh, yeah.
No. 500 all the way up to 750 per cubic foot of this tree. So it has a red, black, cherry oak look.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's sexy. When you look up the picture, it has. It says it's impervious to insects and termites, and so no insect can live inside the wood. So it's very sturdy for a very long period of time. So much so that they have a cologne. They have a cologne that's about $200 an ounce.
Damn.
We gotta find that.
Yeah, I was reading about it.
I'm sure that's a cologne where we get the oil.
Yeah.
Because they want to charge. First of all, they cut him alcohol. That you messed that up.
Well, it's still coming from them. It's still coming from them. So even in that oud form, it's pretty expensive.
Dang.
So, and how much is the oil you said again? It's $200 an ounce?
200, yeah.
Jeez. Almond tree. I never heard of that.
It's a beautiful tree though.
Yeah.
It looks like a jasper.
It grows up to 65 feet tall.
Wow.
So you're using that.
That's nice.
You're probably using like a few $1 million just for a bundle of trees. Okay.
Obviously it's prestige. Just low level ninjas don't know about that. Go ahead.
And precious stones. Verse 12. And the king made of the almond trees pillars for the house of the Lord, and for the king's house, harps also, and psalteries for singers. There came no such almond trees, nor were seen unto this day.
Yeah, that's what I see when I looked it up. They see they had pictures of harps. So they was making harps out of this almond tree.
Must be a nice sound.
There's also health benefits of the tree, like for medicinal purposes, anti-pyretic, anti-inflammatory, I can't read that word. It could be used as a tonic. I can't even read these words.
Homeopathic?
It's like HEMORHAGE. Hamara?
That sounds like for your blood, right?
Yeah.
Hemo, well, yeah, hemo something. Anything hemo's blood, right?
Yeah. You got dysentery, so that's like
That's for your bowels, right?
You got aphrodisiac.
Aphrodisiac.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you want to be cute.
That's the man breaks.
Wow, that's crazy. I've never heard of this. Now we gotta look for the herb. Jesus. Yeah.
So that heart that you looked at, or there's a few, but one of them is about $50,000.
No, for real.
A heart by itself.
For the heart made out of that tree.
A heart by itself is expensive.
$50,000.
You don't know the size of it.
Harps. So most harps. Most harps are about 6 to 7 feet.
Yeah. They got smaller ones too.
They got smaller ones, but like the good ones, they're like 6 to 7 feet tall.
Let me guess, like you play the harp?
No, I mean, I was in music. I've actually seen, because I was in music. But I seen one. I was in competition. But they're like, they stretch out, so they're about 4 feet wide, but like 6 or 7 feet tall. And those are like the really good ones, and they sound beautiful. Like, I guess the way the wood.
I'm making this all-mug harp sound like it's. That's crazy.
No kidding.
Go ahead. Let's go back. Good job, man. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And King Solomon gave unto the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatsoever she asked, beside that which Solomon gave her of his royal bounty.
Okay, what you're not going to read in here is that Solomon labeled her. Right. And brought forth a son called him Haile Selassie. You're not going to ever read that, no matter how much you try. Yeah, that's Queen of Sheba and Solomon's son, Haile Selassie. Yeah, no, it doesn't say that in here. Y'all get that?
God.
Okay, because you're going to hear that somewhere down the road. You know, yeah, that's Queen of Sheba and Solomon's son.
Solomon gave her the ark. Yeah, they say that.
That retardedness. Like, why would we do that? First of all, she would have probably been dead if he gave her that. Like, that ark was killing everybody that didn't deserve it, or other nations.
Like men hemorrhoids, come on now.
Right, yeah. Man, these cats, go ahead, come on.
Verse 13, last precept. So she turned and went to her own country, she and her servants.
You see that? It never said he laid with her. Right? Read.
Verse 14. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 660 talents of gold.
How much?
That was
In 1 year, he was making how much?
That's 22 tons of gold.
How much?
It comes up to over $1 billion.
He was making $1 billion a year.
Just in gold.
Now, remember, this isn't our time. Like nowadays, think about it. You can win $1 billion in the lottery, right?
Kind of.
You could win $1 billion in the lottery, right? Well, sort of, because they take that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They tax you.
Right? So that is somewhat attainable. Back in those days, bruh, So if he was getting $1 billion a year, come on, man. Look how rich this man was. That is
40 years.
rich. What verse was that?
Verse 14.
And what did you say it was at? Say it again.
66 tons is equal to 22 tons a year. 22 tons of gold.
1 billion.
Which is over $1 billion in today's market.
Oh, so Salakia.
Yeah.
That's just gold. Just gold.
That's
So
gold.
not
That's
talking
not
about
all
no
the other
jewels
pieces.
Not damn.
So he was making somewhere maybe about, damn, well, you know, $1.5 billion.
Like way
$2
more.
billion?
I say trillion.
Jewels, silver.
Wood.
Don't forget the animals too.
Precious stuff.
Oh yeah, because he made a. Oh yeah.
Wow.
They still deliberating.
You talking about it?
His wealth, they still deliberating.
They still delivering. Wow. Go ahead.
Verse 15.
Uh-huh.
Beside that, he had of the merchantmen and of the traffic of the spice merchants, and of all the kings of Arabia, and of the governors of the country. Verse 16. And King Solomon made 200 targets of beaten gold. 600 shekels of gold went to one target. And he made 300 shields of beaten gold. 3 pounds of gold went to one shield. And the king put
He
them.
wasn't even cashing this out. He was just making shields. He was making a lot of it out of his pieces. Like, think about the wealth. They just found a Viking sword, maybe 6 months back I was reading about. A Viking sword in the bottom of somewhere in the Netherlands. And this is supposed to be how many thousands of years old. Where the hell is all this gold at, Solomon got? Like, that they just find, they ain't telling you, oh yeah, we found a shield of gold. They probably got that, man, all these nations in hiding. Secret, yeah, somewhere. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And he made 300 shields of beaten gold. 3 pounds of gold went to one shield.
Wow.
And the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. Moreover, the king made a great throne of ivory and overlaid it with the best gold.
Damn, that must have been crazy. An ivory throne laid over with gold. Jeez, go ahead.
Verse 19. The throne had 6
This song got that
steps.
much swag, man. This song got that bland, bro. Go ahead.
Verse 19.
No, you're 18.
Verse
Yeah.
18.
Yeah, that was your last one. Yeah.
Ariel, one Shabbat Shalom, Yehovah, Banya Shalom.
Ariel, one Ariel, I'm one. Shabbat Shalom. How now, Banya Shalom? Am I too? Right.
Yehovah Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Yahweh Shalom Shabbat.
Man, I can't see it. There's so much gold.
I know,
So
right?
much wealth.
So he's going to read from 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 19, down to 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 17. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 19, down to 1 Kings 11 and 17.
God. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 19. The throne had 6 steps, and the top of the throne was round behind, and there were stays on either side of the place of the seat, and 2 lions stood beside the stays. and 12 lions stood thereon, the one side on the other, upon the 6 stairs. There was not the like made in any kingdom. I'll read that again. And there was not the like made in any kingdom.
Yeah, so when they try to tell us that the Taj Mahal was one of the 7 wonders in this fabulous palace, the Bible says there's no other palace like what Solomon did. You see that? Important. Very, like Scripture say we are the salt and the flavor of the earth. God?
Verse 21. And all King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were of silver. It was nothing accounted of it in the days of Solomon.
Right. Back then, the king didn't even have no silver. All gold.
Verse 22. For the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish with the navy of Hira. Once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory and apes and peacocks.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation on where he went, just by the animals. When you say where are peacocks indigenous of? You know, when you do your research, you know, I ain't gonna go there, but you know, some people say different places.
I
leave it right there.
Smart man.
Yeah, because everybody likes to go and say, "Oh, I know where he went." No, it don't say. It doesn't say, but you know, you research. You know, these are conversations after class. Right?
After class.
Yeah, after class.
Apes and peacocks. Verse 23. So King Solomon exceeded all the kings, not some, all the kings of the earth for riches and for wisdom. So who's that other African?
Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa didn't even hold the candlelight according to Solomon. I mean, that's what the book said, right? That God be true and every man a liar.
That's right.
Is God a man that he should lie? Yeah, so, yeah, they're lying. And the Most High, you let God be true and every man a liar. God. Verse 24. And all the earth sought to Solomon to hear his wisdom, which the Most High had put in his heart. Verse 25. And they brought every man his present, vessels of silver, and vessels of gold, and garments, and armor, and spices, horses, mules, and a rate a year by year. And Solomon gathered together chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, whom he had bestowed in the city for chariots, and with the king at Jerusalem. And the king made silver to be in Jerusalem as stones.
Oh, wow.
Like, these are stones right here.
They glisten.
Yeah. So wait, what's the value on silver?
Look up 925, because that's going to be like the highest
quality
of silver.
All right. It said, and the king made silver to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar made he to be as the sycamore trees are in the valley for abundance. So basically, there was an overabundance of it. So it's like when the conquistadors came over to the port of riches. They see the kids playing with jewels and rubies the size of the head, like there's no value in it, like we got an abundance of it. Right. But when they conquered them, they called them what? Who called what I said? Say it again, say it out loud, stand up.
The port of riches.
They called them a port of riches. Known as Puerto Rico. Right? God. Verse 28. And Solomon had horses brought out of Egypt, and linen, yarn, and king's merchants received the linen, yarn at a price. And a chariot came up and went out of Egypt for 600 shekels of silver. Did you get the price yet? For the silver?
For an ounce or a shekel?
A shekel. For silver. And in horse for 150. And so for all the kings of the Hittites and for all the kings of Syria did they bring them out by their means. 1 Kings chapter 11 verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughters of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go in to them, neither shall they come in unto you. Right. For surely.
What you got?
So it's saying, as of 2021, the highest silver in purity is the Tyrian shekel. It's 94% pure, and as of 2021, its value per 1 shekel is $355.32.
300 what?
$55.32.
So divide or times that by what was it? It was 600 shekels. Times that by 600 is what?
$213,192.
That's like $250,000, right? But he regarded $250,000 as what? Rocks. Pebbles. Stone.
And it's just silver.
That's just silver. Like right now, you better got a pot of piston, a window to throw it out of. $250,000 sounds music in the ears, God. Yeah, but Solomon was like, bro, come on, man.
That's lightweight.
That's lightweight. That's,
oh my God.
That's ant food right there. That's termite food. But that's how rich. Come on now. That's like what did he say? He said that trouble is a bubble in a champagne glass. That's it. That's all that is. But that's the wealthiness and the richness. But when you look at it, what is it? What is it spiritually? Read verse 24. And it said, and all the earth sought to Solomon to hear his wisdom. It wasn't just the great riches, it was the wisdom. That's what is rich. That's the value. That's higher than gold. Why? Because it came from what? It said, which the Most High had put in his heart. That's when the scriptures talk about men being the value more than Ophir, the golden wedge of Ophir. Why? Because that's the wisdom shining forth through him that makes you more valuable than the gold. That brings you back into when you read Acts. Is it Acts? No, it's Corinthians, about being made a vessel of honor. Some for honor and some for dishonor. This is the vessel that the Most High is being poured into us, and that's being purged, the impurities and the dross away from us to become more valuable and more valuable. So Solomon was a living testament, just monetarily, money-wise, of the manifestation of how we're supposed to be in the spirit. John? Any questions? Yes, sir.
I got a scripture, Job 28. Job chapter 28 and verse 18. No mention shall be made of coral or of pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies.
Yeah. That's on point. Because read that again, read that last precept again.
For the price of wisdom is above rubies.
The price of wisdom can't be bought. It can't be bought with money.
It can't be valued. It can't be valued. That's why Solomon didn't ask for money.
God. That was the prayer. He said, I don't know how to go in or come out. We said that last night.
Mm-hmm.
What I need is I need the wisdom on how to judge your people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I need the wisdom on how to wipe my butt correctly in the eyes of you, Father. And because of those things, Matthew 6:33. Who has it? Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 33.
Read.
But seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High.
And that's where the wisdom comes from. And that's where the value, the jewels, everything else comes from. Because you're seeking first the kingdom. It's like when you start a job. Who do you want to make buddy with? The custodian or the guy who signs the checks? Right? Come on now, you up there trying to get a discount on some food or discount on some extra hours. Bro, let me be friends with the corporate manager, the CEO. Hey boss, how's it going today, boss? Yeah, yes sir.
I was just thinking about how not just physically but spiritually his wisdom led him, and I seen it as priceless. So I googled the word priceless, and I got the definition: having incalculable monetarily, intellectual, or spiritual worth.
Ooh.
So I thought that was
wow.
I thought that was dope.
Incalculable.
That is beautiful.
Like you can't calculate that.
Yeah, you can't. Some of it can't be valued.
Come.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Jump back. Oh, where you at?
Verse 1. Which is like 1 Kings chapter 11 verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughters of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, Hittites. Verse 2.
Yeah, because I mean, we got to take our time with this part, because as great as Solomon was when he was in the spirit, right? What happened as he, like you pointed out earlier, when you get in that old age sometimes and your understanding fails. You know, all of these things that made him this man of great prestige, of great renown, where his wisdom stretched forth through the whole earth. Well, he wasn't able to maintain that. The one thing that destroys what? The Israelite man, what is it? Huh?
Women.
Let's go to Proverbs. Go to Proverbs 31. Y'all know it. Proverbs 31:3. Right.
Proverbs chapter 31, verse 3. Give not thy strength unto woman.
Because the things written aforetime were written for what?
Our learning.
Our learning. We learn about our brother, wise brother, great man in the spirit. What happened? Same thing that happened to most of us. The daggone hips, right? That caramel skin, them almond eyes, or whatever it is your flavor is.
You remember the song, Pretty Brown Eyes?
Yeah. P-Y-T.
God.
Pretty young thing.
God.
What did you lose your strength? It was the women.
A lot of times a man doesn't want to stand his position and teach his woman because he's scared he might lose access. She has the supply, you want supply to that access or the assets. So you won't put your foot down because you want those assets.
The ass and the sex.
Yeah, the ass and the sex, right? And therefore that's when you give your strength to a woman. What is your strength? The strength is supposed to be your logic, your wisdom, your mentality. So you do what? You conform, right? You start talking and baby talk to her. Yeah, baby, that's a grown ass woman, bro. But baby, that you my baby. But you get in there, and I'm being facetious with the language, but the mentality goes with it, and therefore you don't do what? You don't put your foot down and show her right for wrong. Basically, you start to prefer, like the scripture says that you don't supposed to, what's the word? You don't supposed to prefer somebody over or. Thank you. The respect of persons. You start to respect persons. So this is why you can't be taken serious as a leader. You can't be taken serious as a teacher. Why? Because if you can't put your foot down in your house, how are you going to stomach doing it to somebody else? Then if you can do it to somebody else, but you can't do it at home, that's hypocritical as that. So you can apply the pressure on somebody else, but you won't go home and put your foot down when it comes to the wife and the kids. So that's giving your strength unto her. Now you're yielding. You're yielding, and the thing she do is no longer out of order. It's cute, right? When the queen takes the king's helmet off his head and then smacks him, that's cute, right? I'm laughing with you, right? Instead of saying, "Wait a minute, that's out of order. What you doing?" Right? So you start compromising your integrity and what she's doing. Right? And you see it because why? You won't push. The brother or sister, you go run out there in the street and do what? Give them a flyer to come to class. But your rib, you won't get in class. Right? You'll go ahead and teach somebody, you know what I mean, why they got to search the Most High, but you won't require that from your rib. Right? That's giving her your strength. Right? And what happens? Usually when men do that is what reason? Why do men do that? Because you think your rib is damn cute. You think your rib is the cutest thing ever, and that she doesn't need any pressure supply. She's a gentle cell, brother. She's so gentle. Brother, your rib got bones too. Okay? And you have to apply the pressure and maintain the same integrity that you would deal with anybody. You know what I mean? She's a soul too. She needs these things given to her the correct way. And that's what Solomon did. He started to yield to that conversation. Right? It's like what we reminded everybody at the Passover. Right? Because 4 Passovers back, what happened? Who was the ones that started acting out? This is 4 Passovers back. It was who? The men walking around complaining? No, it was the women. And where do they complain to? They get on your shoulder, right, with their cute hair, cute face, and they were like, "But I don't know about it, and I don't know," and you like there. Your yielding is through you silently consenting to a lot of it. Yeah, it's like that, you know, the sister just is like that. Like, what? That's not how you counsel somebody. That's why your rib is dumb and slow. Because you're counseling her and you're consoling the situation instead of showing her how to battle or where her mind is off at. You're supposed to say, nah, what you're saying is, that's not correct. First of all, this is the correct way to look at that. But when you console and you weaken her, her zeal, her passion, and her desire won't be to push forward. That's why you got a lot of brothers' ribs won't meet the same levels. They won't match. They won't. She be in member mode, and you are what? In officer mode. You're like, yeah, we got to do this. We got to take the kingdom. She's like, I don't want to take the kingdom. I don't really feel like I can take the kingdom. Because what you're doing behind doors, you're yielding to her and giving you your strength and showing her really all that yapping you're doing in front of everybody, in front of brothers and sisters. At home, you're not doing it, so you're not holding her to a standard. Right? And that's disgusting. It's disgusting. What?
I got a precept.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
And this is the book of Exodus, chapter 34, and verse 16. And thou take their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods.
Right, so that abhorring, see, this is what we got to understand. Abhorring, once again, this is not the physical abhorring, because they did that too, but we're talking about the spiritual abhorring, spiritual adultery, spiritual fornication, right? So their mind starts to sway down that road, and then you become a sympathizer, right? And you start to you have sympathy for that. Why? Because she has the assets. And you're not sure if you're going to survive without those assets. So you start to what? Sympathize to her emotions. Instead of rationalizing, giving her wisdom when it comes to her emotions to show her how to battle these things. You see that? So that was going to go on with the other nations. And now, let's put it in perspective. The women nowadays, the Hebrew Israelite women, are a duplicate of the heathen women. In mentality, in spirit. They're not coming in with a woman of the gospel. So you got to reform her just like you got to be reformed. And when you don't do your job in reforming her, you fail as a Hebrew Israelite husband. Because she is a soul too, and she needs to be reformed too. So you're leaving her out there. You're garbage. Because you're being a sucker for love, but at the detriment of your house. At the detriment of another soul. That makes sense? Yeah, you got to be there for her too. And a lot of times, when we have compassion on the ignorant, what still has to happen? They need to be told. I love you, but you're off. You're tripping. You're in your emotions. You're not in the right mind. Let me show you. Let's go through it. Right? So you got to understand what you're doing and know that you're hurting yourself. Right? And Solomon starts with what? Listen to that. Go ahead.
And make thy sons go a whoring after their gods.
Right? The ripple effect. Your stupidity will bleed out. Right? Go from there. Go to Proverbs. That was perfect. Go to Proverbs 5.
Come.
Go to Proverbs 5 and 15.
Proverbs chapter 5 and verse 15. Drink waters out of thine own cistern.
See, this is twofold. You were supposed to be drinking the wisdom. You were supposed to be getting these women that come from your line, your stream. Right? Go ahead.
And running waters out of thine own well.
Go ahead.
Let thy fountains be dispersed
Right.
abroad.
Read.
And rivers of water in the streets.
Right, that's the wisdom. The wisdom of the word, right? Go ahead.
Let them be only thine own.
Right.
And not strangers.
See, we weren't supposed to deal with these strange women.
Right.
But that's why you got to come to terms that a lot of our women in the world, Israelite women, they come in with a strange mind. Right? They come in with a thoughts mentality. They come in with an Edomite's way of looking at things. Right? Yeah, a Moabite, a Hagarine. They come in with that mentality. The Hagarine mentality. Go ahead.
I just got one. Just on what you're saying.
Definition?
No, scripture.
Okay, let me finish this and we can go there. Go ahead.
Let them be only thine own, and not strangers with thee.
Let what?
Let them be only thine own, and not strangers with thee.
That was a warning. Stop dealing with these strange mentalities. This is why you can't be quick to lay with the woman, because you don't know what this strange is going to do to you. Go ahead.
Let thy fountain be blessed.
Right?
And rejoice with the wife of thy youth.
See? Go ahead.
Let her be as the loving hind and peasant roe.
See, it's nothing wrong to love your woman. But it's nothing wrong to love a brother. It's nothing wrong to love a sister. It's nothing wrong to love your kids. But see, when you start to yield and give, move aside the wisdom of the Father because of this unguided love, that's where you lose. And that's where Solomon lost. Like all that wisdom, and he forfeited because he bent to the will of what these women, their traditions, and the things they were doing. And a lot of time, you begin that wicked woman, and she what? Got her wicked devices or wicked outlook. And you don't want to break her. So guess what? The Most High curses your generation. He shows you because you have a baby with her, and guess what that baby has to learn? You're probably, remember, this is all of us, all right? So don't take it personal. We're probably the ones that got kids from women, right? And now that woman is teaching them Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving. Why? Because we didn't do it the right way. And you laid with this woman, and you had sex with this woman, and you bared a seed with the woman that really wasn't, I want to be with you forever. She really wasn't on, I want to study, learn this gospel, and I don't want my kids to eat porks or be faggots and learn Halloween. I don't want that. That's why you got to understand your seed, your sperm is precious. Right? Not like the movie Precious. Your sperm is precious. Y'all got to understand that. That's why we got to understand, don't just spill your seed, that glorious, righteous Israelite seed, into any little yamp, because what's going to happen is you're going to bring forth gremlins. See? Yeah. Hold that. Read.
Let her breast.
Finish this and y'all can come in. Let her what?
Let her breast.
Right?
Satisfy thee.
See? It's nothing wrong to be loving what you're reading. Nothing wrong. But you gotta be conscious and aware, oh, she's using this now to sway my judgment. You can't be a naive young man to where he said, I discern among the youth one void of understanding. You can't be naive. It's okay to love your rib. It's okay to be booed up. But you gotta take the gloss off, remove the gloss off your eyes and realize, okay, she's acting out now. I gotta do my job as a husband. I gotta do my job as a leader. But there's nothing wrong with loving your rib, sitting in her flowers, leaving her rolls on her pillow. But when you become a sucker for love, it's like, okay, she don't respect none of that, and she's acting like a jerk with you, and you still doing that. She don't deserve that. She don't deserve the rolls on the pillow. You're acting like a gremlin. Right? Come? That's what it means to give not your strength unto the women. Like, listen, let's take it outside of women. Anybody that acts like that and you're okay with it and not showing them the gospel, you got a problem. Right? You got a problem. All right, so coming, we get caught up into this woman-man thing, and the women start locking up like, oh, damn. No, this is anybody. We're just on the subject of your woman now. And what happened to Solomon and how he's off. All that wisdom, writing of many books and knowledge, and he fell to damn Moabite women? That is disappointing. Every time I hear about it, I'm like, what happened to you? Well, what happens is age. Age, and then you get a certain age, and you look in the mirror, and you're like, damn, I'm washed up now. Who will really want me? So you start to let little things sway your judgment, right? When you're young and handsome, what happens? Then I don't give a damn. I got the bra, right? You young and handsome, fresh face. You like, I don't care. Shit, I don't got that problem, right? But get a little bit older, right? Look in the mirror and that beauty starts to fade. You're like, man, I gotta hold on tight. You know what I mean? I might not get, but you will get. The Most High will always bless you. Remember that. If you stick to righteousness. So this is where he did what he did wrong. He let those things sway him. Go ahead.
Let her breast satisfy thee.
I'm reading down to show us it's okay to love, to be in love with the love. It's okay. But you don't supposed to stumble at her beauty. You don't supposed to bend and break over because the pleasure that comes with sleep. Right? All right, because we don't hate women. If anything, we love women.
That's right.
We love them. The problem is that we don't know how to love them the proper way. Right? Go ahead.
Let her breast satisfy thee at all times.
Read.
And be thou ravished always with her love.
Go ahead.
And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman?
See, that's the point I wanted to get to. Like, what happens when you deal with strange? When you deal with that strange, you're going to get strange. Why? She's going to what? Manipulate you. She's gonna manipulate you. And some of you grown-ass men need to be ashamed of yourself. You still get manipulated by a woman half your age. How? She don't even know how to wipe her butt right, but she's running game on you? Shame on you. You know what I mean? She's running game. Bruh, y'all gotta stop it. That's because what? You're letting googly eyes betray you. Right? Your mind betray you. Go ahead.
And embrace the bosom of a stranger.
Right, yeah. Why would you do that? Y'all see that, right? So, go ahead. Jump back. You have one and then you have one. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30 and verse 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30 and verse 9.
Read.
Conquer thy child, and he shall make thee afraid.
So what happened when you look that word conquer up, right? Because
Go ahead. Go ahead. Why'd you put this? Because this is talking about a child. So why you put this?
In regards to teaching, it's the same in
No, don't go there.
Okay,
No.
never mind.
No, don't go there. Go ahead. You know why don't go there? Because the way you're going to bring this out is going to make a woman think they are they're a child. You know what I mean? All right, you could have went about that a different way. Go ahead. Where you at?
I had two, but on the first one, I was just trying to see if this went or was going with the topic at the moment.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verses 19 and 20.
Go ahead.
My son, keep the flower of thine age sound.
Right. There you go. Go ahead.
And give not thy strength to strangers.
Right. Where you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 19.
Go ahead.
And verse 20.
When
thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all thy field, sow it with thine own seed.
Right. See, a fruitful possession. What makes a woman fruitful? Well, her eyes, her, man, how she, that Coke bottle shape. She thick, like a Snicker. That's what makes her what? That's what makes her fruitful, right? Because fruitful is what? Having kids. God, but do we have to start from the basics of what it just said? It said what? Read it again.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession,
right,
through all the field,
right, so all the field. Meaning that when you look at a field and you excavate and you look at the land, you're looking at the land for the qualities. You're not going in, you don't know right away what the land can yield. You have to make sure water's running through the land. Right? Is it covered? Is it in an area to where it's cracked? It's something wrong with this land. We already jumped to it's fruitful. You didn't know that because you didn't see the crack in here. You didn't see that there was no water, there was no wells, there was nothing to water the land. So really, it's thorns and thistles. But you just want land, so you're gonna buy it, right? Damn, I'm gonna say I got land. I got land in New Mexico. Right? But where is that land? What are you doing on it? It's asphalt, right? There's nothing that can really be used to where you want it to be, especially to bring forth fruit. So there's an excavation time. The Bible says that's a proving time. Prove a friend, right? In our days, it was a betrothal time. There was a dating time at some point in the 50s and the 40s, right? There's the meeting the father, you guys are going to go on a date, a courting, right? There was a time for that. And us as Hebrew Israelite men, I just asked, how many of us love that child support? Yeah, hell yeah, woo! Huh? You love that child support? Well, keep sticking your pee-pee in everything and not thinking. How many of y'all love your kids growing up and being raised by women that don't give a damn about the kids? Yeah, come on, team. Let's keep doing it, right? How many of y'all love that? A disgruntled black woman raising your kid to be effeminate. None of us. Right? You love it when you get that check and 500's gone automatically? Because you don't want to go to work? You see? That's why you strap up. That's why you excavate. You understand. That's why you give her time. And then when you do lay with her, right, there should be a time where you strapping up with those condoms. Because you still don't know. How many of us, he was good and he was okay, and then y'all lay together and he became a psycho? How many times? Crazy in the range, right? Same thing with her. So you guys we gotta be wise. And I'm pressing this issue because we got a lot of youngsters in here that are gonna get enticed, that don't know about sexual relations. They're getting enticed, they're gonna look at a woman, they're gonna be motivated, and they gotta understand that it's not all peaches and cream. Child support comes, Pampers come, right? Problems come, right? And nowadays, they love drama, so they key your car, right? They think that's a theme, right? I'll be damned, I'll be single forever if I get a woman like that. Forever, right? But you pick these women and they love drama because you didn't do your job to excavate. So this is perfect scripture. Go ahead.
Sow it with thine own seed.
Then at that time, when you see, I gave this woman's time, time to show me her dirty secrets. Now, how many women have told their husband really what they've done in these streets? Mm-hmm. If you haven't even got to spill her real inner thoughts, right? Then how you know she's really there? Well, does he really got to know about my dirt? We gonna live forever, right? This is forever, ever, right? Forever, ever? Forever, ever, right? Like, when are you gonna tell me? 30 years down the road? Let's get this out of the way now. But, you don't trust me yet. Okay, well then, thank you. Because I don't trust you yet. Let's pull out this condom. Right? You gotta know. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, I did get a train ran on me, 5 guys, but I'm still ready to reform. Okay, I get it. You know what I mean? It was a 5-guy session, but I'm new now. Okay, sis, I get it. But at least you know, right? But your eyes are different when you put those goggles on, right? See, and these are the things that if you don't learn the secrets, your heart won't go into this with clarity. And we go into this, man, with this fake optimism, this fake idea, and then you what? You really don't know what you got into until you're hurt. That's male or female. That's male or female. We just happen to be on the subject of Solomon falling to these heathen women, and the details are telling us why. Solomon bent and he yielded in some manner to serve their gods? Really? Idols? I still can't get that. I'm like, what is a statue going to do for me? That the living power that's given me everything has not done. And I'm bowing to that? That is crazy. Yeah.
It was a song that the rapper Kodak Black, he made, and he was like, I love her so much, I compromise what I believe in. So you got brothers in that mind, like, man, I do whatever to get inside them guts.
Yeah.
Like, you meet a woman, she look good, and you find out that she a damn witch. She playing like she doing like astral projection or doing witchcraft. Right? Like, I'm gonna go to the spiritual realm.
That's that evil booty.
Yeah.
I can change it.
And it's like, well, I'll do this to get inside them pants. Like, brothers will do whatever just to like get inside a woman like pants, and it's like that's the type of mind that Solomon was in.
Yeah, he wasn't getting no Rudy Poo. He was probably getting the finest women of all nations. And what they were doing, they were in their mind, like all these other women of the other nations, thinking how we can overthrow the Israelites. So, we got to keep this in mind and understand why the process, excuse me, y'all, why the process is important. It says, look at the land, excavate it, see that it is fruitful. Fruitful in what? Just the carnal or the spirit? Is she going to teach your kids how to be wise? right? Is she gonna be with you till you get old?
Yeah.
You see that? Or is she still thirsty for the world? You gotta know these things, y'all. Go ahead.
Trusting in the goodness of thy stock.
See, now it starts to get through that lineage. Is she a good mother that's gonna bring forth a stock, a line that is gonna be beyond what I was? See, is she that type of woman? Or is she gonna listen to her damn mama, her grandmama? She gonna listen to her best friend, right? Or is she gonna listen to the Most High? Ask her. Where's your head at? A lot of y'all are scared to ask and find out really where your woman's head's at. Ask her. When it comes down to your mama and your family, who's more important, me or them? This gospel or them? You're scared to talk. I get it. I was there too. You're scared to have real conversation. But y'all got to get down to the nitty gritty when you talk about relationships, life-changing decisions. You got to have those talks. Are they more important? Right? How do you feel when my logic and when I'm giving you wisdom as opposed to what they're telling you? What do you feel? And a lot of them will tell you, yeah, you know what? I kind of value their opinion more because you mess up over here or you do this. They'll ask, talk, and you start to see, damn, I didn't know it was so real. You're scared to have those real conversations. Read.
So thy race which thou leavest shall be magnified.
How do you want your line to be? The line of Delvan, the line of Asharia, the line of Rachab. Well, that's going to depend and determine. We know where you're at, where your head's at, and hopefully that's pure and true, but now do you know where your woman's head's at? Is she in here too? Is she ready to ride or die for the Most High? Then your race, our nation, will be raised correctly. Right? Go ahead.
Having the confidence.
Having what?
Having the confidence.
Are you confident your rib is going to be with you for the next 50 years? Well, nobody knows that. We should start asking the right questions then. Maybe is this forever? Right? If she's in the mode, we're not married because we don't got a paper, then you, oh really? Oh, good to know. Oh, good to know. Double wrap on the condom. Rubber band around the tip. I'm not playing with you because, oh really, we're not married yet? What else? Tell me what's else on your mind, baby. You know what I mean? Well, mama's opinion matters more. The world's opinion matters more. Then we got to get through some steps before we can build our race. Right? Come? I mean, that don't make sense? Or should we just do like our forefathers did and like a lot of brothers and sisters do now? Jump in the bag, have a bad relationship, key his car. Remember the one girl threw the fire in the car and blew her back? Everybody see that. That's going to be your lifestyle. Or the one guy, he shows up at IHOP while she's out with another guy. Why are you doing this to me? Because you just don't do it no more. Right? That's what you're going to be? A statistic? Right? Go ahead.
Having the confidence of their good descent.
See? Their good descent from her bowels. Right? That knowing that if I bring a child, my race through her bowels, this child and me and her, we are a team. I'm Batman, she's Robin. I'm Superman, she's Supergirl. We're ready. I'm Iron Man, she's... Who's the other guy? The other fake Iron dude? Yeah, War Machine. Are we in this together? Or are you still on this, you know what, I'm an individual. That old Greco-Roman mentality, right? You know, he's my partner. You ever use that damn word with me? He's my partner. No, you're my woman. I'm your man. They use that new terminology to what? That Edomite, Greco, you know what I mean? You know, she's my partner. Yeah. Hey, you sucker. You sucker. Go ahead.
The scripture says he got to give his wife get about possession.
Right. No, they don't. Oh, that. Now you went deep. You don't want to hear possession. Well, listen, you're his possession, she's your possession. You know what I mean? He has to be there to give you due benevolence.
Yeah.
She has to be there to get. See, it's the same thing. We get too emotional when it comes to the women's subject. Like it's like, well, I gotta submit. Well, he submits too. He just don't submit on your level. You know what I mean? There's stages.
So you mean like she can't call and ask him where you at, what you doing?
Listen, if she's strategic, she don't need to do that. I can tell my ribs where I'm going. But when I noticed that they were trying to usurp authority over me, I wouldn't tell them nothing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But when they grew up from that, I don't have to run and hide. I'm like, I'm over here. I'm finna be over here with the bros. I'm finna do this. It's nothing. But when she's trying to usurp authority and trying to rule over you, then you have to show her. Hold on a second. You're stepping out of order. I'm not a boy.
Right.
I'm a man.
Yeah.
You're not my mom. You're my rib. So if you're looking out for me, that's one thing. But if you're trying to, rule over me, now you're gonna step out of order.
Case on you while you're out. Is that kind of
Once again, if you're doing it because your intentions is to be nosy, right? Then we have to have a lot of talks. You shouldn't be scared of them. We should be clear on our relationship. There should be no fears, right? Well, where is he at? Where I be at, doing the will of the Father. Whatever I'm doing it in the Spirit of the Most High, right? Okay, so what are you afraid of? Right? Another woman? Well, let's get past that. Let's go to the gospel. Go ahead.
If I may, I have another verse.
Oh, okay, but read down in there. And then you want to add it. It's slid in here? Is what you're saying? Go ahead, slide it in.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 20. Proverbs chapter 24, verse 27.
Go ahead.
Prepare thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in the field. And afterwards, build thine house.
Proverbs what?
24, verse 27.
Right, you see that? Make it fit for you. Nobody goes and buys land and don't know what this land entails. So you got to make it fit for you. Not make it fit, but make sure the land is right. All right? Because that's all you want to do is make it fit. But you can't worry about making it fit. You got to worry about is the land fit? Right? Kai? Go ahead.
And afterwards, build thine house.
Then afterward, we had a brother tell us, man, this guy got he jumped from camp to camp, sleeping with Israelite women. And we told him, the scripture, little crispy guy, he would jump from camp to camp, and we tell him, brother, he'd go to the camp, and then he'd try to talk to women on the low. Why do you think we so watchful? Because brothers do that, and he did that, and who did he do it to? Somebody new, somebody that wasn't on it, right? They barely knew each other, went and had a baby with this guy. And where is he at? What is he doing? Where's the relationship? In turmoil. Broke, right? And that happened in a year's time. Very sad. Why? Because you didn't listen, first of all, to the gospel and to the elders that are pushing you to follow the gospel, which is prove a friend. Don't jump into these relationships and you haven't made sure this is right. Right? Go ahead. So jump back.
Yeah, that was that one.
Jump back where you were left off at.
I finished.
Go ahead. Oh, it finished? Okay. All right. So y'all got that, right? You had one.
Yes. With Ecclesiastes chapter 19, verse 2.
Ecclesiastes chapter 19, verse 2. Wine and woman will make men of understanding to fall away.
Right. So if you get stagnant and succumb to these things, your understanding goes away because of wine. Go ahead.
And he that cleaveth to harlots will become impudent.
And what is that word impudent? Let's look at that definition up.
Can I say this about that? A lot of times you're not realizing, well, she's not a streetwalker. Bro, she got a mind of a hoe. If she doesn't bear witness to commitment, and she doesn't want to be committed to you, and she don't know that what we have is is what's the word when it's just y'all two? Let me out. Exclusive? Exclusive. There you go. It's us. Monogamous, exclusive, nobody else. Then why would you even but did you get in that conversation with her? And that's what we're trying to show the young brothers, the young men. I'm trying to teach my son now at 15. We're trying to teach them 8, 9, 10-year-olds because the brother, he's very mature. I mean, he's pulling the scriptures. He should already know, right? But how old are you at?
17.
He's 17. Think about where your head was at 17. You wanted to get your little Skittle popper wet and not even regard what that meant, right? Come on, but our kids are not going to be able to. They're going to know what they're doing. That don't just go out there and fornicate with any little girl, but actually, don't stain the name of your nation, but actually have a standard when you're looking. So when you get on the phone and you're texting, there's got to be a real dialogue. Yes, I know nobody's going in Terminator style. Shalom, sister. You ready to lock into Christ? Like, nobody's going to do that, but there's got to be along the way, there's got to be what? Things that you start to talk serious about. So, and I want my son to know that because he's a valuable man. You guys are going to be valuable beyond, right? You're not just the average kid that just plays video games. You're the kid that, you might play video games, but you have the wisdom, you help the house, you know how to cook, you know how to guide the house. Come on now. They would love a Negro like that. They'll put your ass to work. These women nowadays, they have your ass in the kitchen talking about, what's wrong? I'm just cooking for her. But when she cooks for you, it's box food, brother. You slow? Like, it's nothing wrong. I cook for my Arabian kids as much as I need to. I say that because it hasn't been in a while, but if I need to, I will cook for the Arabian kids. Right. But that means she got to be way beyond that. That's her duty. Right? But when she cook for you is what? I got you. Let's order this Chinese. Let's Uber this. Right? Like, but she don't know how to cook, but you thinking like, oh, you can assume her responsibility? You're not teaching you're not being an example to your woman. She's got to do her job too. You're going to street speak, you're going to counsel, you're going to go out there, fight the world, then come back and cook your own meals? While she's at home, talking about, well, I'm sick. You sick forever, bro. My ribs be sick all the time. But you see her muster through that damn sick, muster through the fat ankles, muster through those things, and what? Get it done. Get it done. See, but when you don't raise your woman to be a woman, she's going to be this slothful slug that just sits around, and then all she says is what? I'm sick, and then you're like, well, but she's sick, huh? But she's always sick, huh? What women don't get a period? Unless you're 80. What women which one of us don't have to fight through colds and sickness? But she's always sick. Y'all gotta think the games they play on y'all. That works on you. I'm looking at you like, but I beheld among the simple ones, one void of understanding. I discern among the youth. Right? She's running game on you while you're doing what? You hustling and bustling to pay the bills, and she can't even keep a job. That's this new generation. You understand that? Go back to Proverbs 31, and it tells us what the standard is supposed to be of this woman. What she's supposed to be striving for. Right, what you got out?
Definition.
Of what?
Impudent.
Go ahead.
So, definition of impudent from Copilot. The term impudent refers to someone who is rude, disrespectful, or insolent.
Yeah, she can be rude. She can be disrespectful. She can have a real nonchalant, crappy-ass attitude. And then you're just like, well, she's sick. She's sick because you ain't dealing with her mind. You ain't teaching her how to fight. You know what I mean? My rib was just talking about that on the way here. How we teach our daughters. So what? You got a period. Eve had a period. Even there's been periods since the beginning of the time. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do on your period? Is that, I said it before, is that where Satan gets to invite himself into your soul? Now show me that in the gospel. Now, and on our first day, Satan gets to come in and take over. But you feed them that narrative. It's okay to be weak. It's okay to be demonic. When she says she's the weaker vessel, it don't mean she got the right for Satan to dwell in her house, y'all.
She's a conduit to the evil
Yeah,
spirit.
she's a conduit to the evil spirit. I got crabs. Yeah. You've been having periods since the beginning of the time. Let's get this food cooked. Let's get this done. Right? I mean, until we get into the kingdom, and then they won't even be around us. They can be in their own outhouse, in their own out mansion, while we have our servants cooking and cleaning for us, right? Other than then, she's in the same house. She got to do the duties, right? Go ahead.
It describes a person who shows contemptuous boldness.
See, that contemptuous boldness. Most High is telling us that that's not acceptable. Male, female, woman, whatever. Right? Y'all get this, right? You got more?
Or disregard for others.
Right, and when you see that character in her to where she's one way with you, but she's disrespectful to others, bruh, I be on my ribs. I'm reminding them, your character, your love, your charity, you can't be crappy to others and smile in my face. You're not gonna do that. See?
That's it.
All right, go ahead.
What was that last part?
It describes a person who shows contemptuous boldness.
Right.
Now check this out. Read that verse again.
Wine and women who make men of understanding to fall away.
Right, so you get caught up in the wine and you get caught up in the women, it causes you to fall away from the Most High.
Yeah.
And then when you get entangled with some strange, go ahead.
And he that cleaveth to harlots.
Now you're giving yourself, now you're opening the door to all these other nations. They're going to sway you. Now, we're reading about Solomon. Now he's messing with these harlots. These I call them harlots because they're different women outside of the nation of Israel. And what happens?
They're harlot mentality.
Harlot mentality. But I'm going to explain that. Watch.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
He that cleaveth to harlots will become impudent.
So now he's becoming impudent. So what does that mean? He regarded their idols, which in back turn, who do you think he was sacrificing to those idols?
Yeah, we got, listen, I got to bring it out, y'all. Because if you see it, know that they are new and they need help. You got a sister that is walking around with dolls, y'all. And because the husband didn't say anything and say, hold on a second, you're a 40-year-old damn woman and you treated these dolls like they're babies. When I found out about that, I'm like, brother, what is your problem, huh? But what it goes back to, idolatry. It goes back to the husband didn't put his feet down in the house. What's wrong with that? Idolatry? You're teaching your kids that mama can have these are not kids, these are baby dolls. This is not a 3-year-old, y'all. So it's different. You got a 40-year-old woman rolling around with dolls. What happened? We had to get a rental car because the doll needed his own car seat.
What?
See? What y'all don't understand why we be so fervent with this niggerism is because y'all come in and you try to impose this on us and we just supposed to be understanding to that? Bro, that's off as hell. You're teaching your kids how to worship, bro, you're a grown woman. You do that, you show them through them. You show them through them, not through no doll. Like you treat them, you guide them. You don't get a damn doll and then take care of the doll to teach your kids. You teach your kids, it said train them up, not the doll. Right?
God.
But that's what spirits. Why? Because you got brothers in this mode yielding their strength. They walking around with that silly ass mentality, that unaware, they won't take the oversight of their house, and their women is just doing whatever the hell they want to do.
They hate the husbandry.
They hate the husbandry. They don't want to spend time telling her, I already told her, bro, get a damn backbone and know that it's not only you on the line, it's you, your rib, your kids. And what is she bringing in the house? Annabelle. What is this cat? What is she bringing in the house? Annabelle. You know what I mean? Go tell her to throw that doll out. No more dolls. That boy ended up right back in the bed. The doll ended up right back in the, like, how did it get back here? I don't know. But hey, you can't throw Annabelle away. Right? These dolls are how much? How much are they, sis? Some of them like $1,000.
It's like,
Go ahead.
yeah, because some of them they look so real. I actually saw saw it on like Instagram or something. Like there was this lady, she had a doll,
right,
and she left it in the car, and they actually had the firemen trying to open up her car door
for the doll
because they thought it was a real baby inside the car.
Right.
It was in the car seat.
Well, where are you learning that from? Why wasn't your husband telling you along the way your faith and your trust supposed to be put? So why does this correlate? What the hell do you think the wisest man on earth, what happened to him? As we try to assess his mentality, he gave his strength to this woman and didn't the steps of the way check them. Like, what? You bringing what into my house? Take that chick, Moabite, that Ammonite, these, take her out, stone her. He didn't do that. And I'm not saying we stone any woman, know that, all right? I'm saying that you were supposed to separate yourself and say, no, that's all. Nah, you bring that in my... But remember what I was saying earlier about putting your foot down? If my rib lost her damn mind and said, nah, I'm doing Christmas, you think we in the same house still? You think, 20 years it matters? Like, I'm going to be like, well, it's baby, I'm going to definitely be like, what the hell happened to you? What's going on with you? This is just how I want to live. All right. Well, let me pack my bags because you're going to live by yourself. I'm going to take me and the kids and you do that. But a lot of cats don't got the backbone because they think, that supply won't be there. See? So this is the disgustingness, and it's not a joke. This is not funny at hell. That's scary as hell.
I said these are the things that destroy kings.
Right. So
if the king's not that example for the nation, think about it. Like you said, who are your young sons going to look up to?
Right. To where they said at the feast, they handed the baby to another sister, actually to my rib, and my rib was like, what you want me to do with this? Put it on a chair. They looked at her like, like they just put an actual baby on the damn chair.
Right.
Yeah.
So now the son thinks that's normal. Now the daughters think that.
They think that's normal. And it is a detachment from the spirit. Your hope, your faith. Let's say if you lost a kid or, because we've had sisters in the school that lost kids. Like, you don't go that way. Your faith, your shield, your buckler, your salvation is supposed to be Yahweh Shai. But we're back to Solomon, right? This is where he went with it. He started to let that, remember, the mind of a harlot, take him into the ways of a harlot. The whoredom, which was, in this sense, a spiritual whoredom, spiritual idolatry, fornication, right? So go ahead and finish, huh?
Yeah, that impudent. So now his mind is being impudent towards his own people. Because he's locked into the mindset of, he's being impudent towards his people because he's locked into the mindset of a hoe, of a whore. So what do you think that when he was doing those sacrifices, those rituals to these other pagan gods, who was he using? He was using our people. And that's going to piss the Most High off. Because now not only are you like-minded like a hoe, but now you're partaking in their customs and you're doing it whose expense? The Most High's children. Now you're jeopardizing not just yourself, but you're jeopardizing the child that came from you. The child who's in the nation, who's in your nation. So yeah, that's going to piss off the Most High. But that was it.
Yeah. Right, let's go back. So y'all get this, right? Look, I didn't say their names because I want to rebuke before all, but I was saving them I'm saving them the disgrace. Because really, whose fault is this? It's the husband's fault for not standing up and being a dad, going to his rib and showing her, put your trust in the Father. Where is it that you're lacking in that you need comfort in, to where you as a grown-ass woman need a fake doll to have a connection with, spend money with, right? It's not a joke. Where is it? Set that house in order. Let me see. It is, and this is what Solomon was supposed to do, right? He would. Yeah, it is in Esdras.
Same as the 14 and 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Second Ezra, chapter 14, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
Now therefore, set thine house in order, and reprove thy people.
See, Akim, brothers, sisters, Solomon didn't reprove. That's why his strength was broken. For some reason, he did not want to tell her the right thing. Right? And I'm going to say it again. If some of y'all are slow saying, well, what is the right thing? Well, what the hell are you teaching people? You really got to stand by that standard as well. And Solomon didn't set his house in order. Go ahead.
Comfort such of them as be in trouble.
See, you were supposed to show her the comfort is in who? Yahweh. God? The comfort is in who?
Yahweh.
Who, class?
Yahweh.
The comfort is in Yahweh. How come she didn't know that? Dad, put your trust in the Father and not into some dog. And in Solomon's case, he was supposed to cast that damn out. Go ahead.
And now renounce corruption.
See, he was supposed to show them. We are supposed to show our houses to renounce corruption, y'all. Not to put trust in vain things. Not to put trust in things that have no life. Come on? Okay. Go back.
Verse 3. And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines. And his wives turned away his heart. And it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart.
You're in 11 and 3?
Come, verse 4. And it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart.
You see that? So you got to watch it in your old age. You got to know yourself. This is why you got to have checks and balances. This is why the Most High said, want to do counsel and safety, because you got to know the human nature that your brain can sway. So you got to say, oh, nah, I'm not trying to go down Solomon's path, right? Because the more and more wisdom you get, the more grief. Well, much wisdom is much grief. But the studying the books, remember, the more older you get, I've seen a lot of elders go off. They start going into all these other books, and then next you know, all the stuff you learned in your youth to stay faithful to, now you into some other whole extraterrestrial damn knowledge, trying to engraft it in, I'm just spiritual now. I done seen it many times, y'all. It's so scary, I can't even tell you. You'll be like, God dang, for real. Yes, it's not a joke. Why? Because knowledge puffeth up. And when Solomon went off, his knowledge, instead of keeping him rooted, he got puffed up. And he was searching. He was searching so many things. We know that by the good stuff he wrote us in the spirit, but you searching and you playing with fire, right? And then now you get enraveled in that, right? Remember that box? you know that series? They open up that box and it unleashes hell. Hellraiser. You ever watch that? They play with that box and it opens it up and then hell starts being unleashed. That's what happens. This is not a game.
There was a movie like that. You rewatched it when we was in Dallas.
Yeah.
For the State Fair. This guy, he didn't believe in the devil. And so he was trying to do a documentary on it. And so he went to these different people who were like different avenues of Satanism.
And so they did a seance, then he did with the Ouija board, and then he did all these things. But then at the end of the movie, it all caught up to him.
Oh, wow.
So all those, you and me watched it.
You know my memory.
But yeah, so like he did a Ouija board one day, and then it didn't work. Then he did a seance another day, it didn't work. Then they did a demonic possession.
Yeah, you think it's a game, like, oh, you know, I can play around with this. This is not real. And then you got Annabelle in the house.
And then all of a sudden, at the end, towards the end, all those spirits that he called, you know what I mean, in his stupidity, all overtook him. He ended up killing his daughter, killing his wife, and then.
And that's how you know where it becomes a psychological thing. Because what happens is it starts to affect you. Like, think about it. When you got individuals like that, if you tell them, nah, you got to put this stuff away, you don't let it ride for too long to where that's going to be hell. Mm-hmm. That's going to be hell dealing with that, casting out those demons. It ain't going to be like, oh yeah, I'll get it, I'll just throw it away. No, it's expensive. This is why I'm doing it. There's excuses. There's, oh, this is why. No, I'm not taking it. It's like, hold on a second. We bought a car seat for this. What the hell you mean you're not taking it serious? You buy a car seat for somebody, like, I usually don't ask this, but I said, y'all even drop bombs? You buy a car seat for dolls. I usually don't even press it. I'm like, think about it. You ain't, like, all the knowledge you guys are getting, the scriptures say alms cover a multitude of sins. But you buying dolls? You wasting your money on that? That shit's a disgrace, But I brought that out to show y'all what happens when you deal with a strange mentality. And you let women, y'all, when y'all let these spirits of the world control you and take you outside of the spirit, you go and bring that home. And like Eve, bring it to Adam. And if Adam's simple as hell, if it's a sin, he partakes in it. And guess what? You bring sin into the whole house.
Yeah.
That makes sense? That's why you got to be as strong as the husband. You got to be as strong as a husband. And you say, well, my husband's not strong. You have to be strength for your husband then. Right? You got to be a strength for your husband. Remember Abigail. Remember Judith. Remember all these women in the Bible were strengths. Right? So go ahead and read on.
Away after other gods. And his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. Verse 5. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians.
And y'all know who that is, right?
Easter.
That's right. In Assyrian, it was Ashtar or Easter.
Yeah.
That's what, sadly, a lot of our family just celebrated a week ago.
Yeah.
It's Star Day.
But there's sexual themes with that. See, and this is where you get into all that. Mm-hmm. What was he doing with these women, these Moabites and the other women, bro? There was like, first of all, you got 1,000 women, so you're probably getting bored. So how are they going to take you to the next level? Right? Mm-hmm. Think about it. You got 1,000 women. You know what I mean? If your mind is varied, where does it take you to? Look at these rappers and movie stars. We laughing about Diddy, but where does it take them to? Like, you think you can rape people now? You think you can, tie me up? Oh yeah, dildo. Oh, strap me up, put a bag on my face and punch me in the face. Damn. It's like,
because Israel fall right into.
Give me an avocado seed, a rubber band, and a hanger.
Yeah.
What? What are you doing with all that? What? It's like, you're MacGyver, right? What? Avocado seed. But the problem is that that's what pulls the nations, pull us into that. And then you're like, well, that's not weird. Like, really? It's not weird? What the hell? When you look at the world and what they pulling our people into and what they're doing sexually and all these things, that's not weird. But you know why it's not weird? Because they desensitize us. Right? And then you go and do these things and think it's okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Like I was telling the brother the other day, they defile us crazy with this porn, right? You quick and adamant to say, I'm not doing no homosexual, but you watching another man have sex. That's not gay. You get aroused and stimulated watching a naked man do, that's very gay. That's all the way gay. Right? But a lot of us look at it, oh, that's normal. That's normal. No, ain't nothing normal about that.
Go ahead, Alex.
It's Proverbs 12:26.
God.
Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 26.
Read.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
Well, when you look at this,
there you go.
We were already automatically better than our neighbor. People came to us for the wisdom, but what happened? When you got too idle, when you got too caught up into the booty.
You're trying to understand. Well, listen, I'm just trying to understand. I'm not into that. I just want to understand the Egyptology, but your foundation in the gospel ain't pure. So you got cracks in your gospel, you got cracks in the gospel in your understanding. Now you into what? You realize, well, it does look like parallels from Christianity. Brother, we ain't Christians. And then you start trying to line up the parallels with Egyptology and Christianity, and you're like you're no longer Hebrew Israelite. It's like, what happened, huh? Yeah. Because knowledge, because your foundation wasn't pure. That's why I remind all brothers and sisters, get the Bible down first.
Thank you.
You started going to all these other books. I don't give a damn what books we show. It can be a damn dictionary book. That dictionary book assuage your brain because you're slow and you don't understand that it don't line up with the Bible all the time. And then next year you're talking about, well, Zondervan says it's like, well, what the Bible say? But we use Zondervan though, but we use it when it correlates with the Bible.
Right.
That's basics. But you forgot the damn basics and why. Now your doctrine is being formulated off of everything you read as opposed to the foundation. See? And that's when you can be seduced.
I was talking to a young brother. He's young in the truth. And he was like, yeah, I like to go down the rabbit hole, looking at this, and this. But I told him, like, you got to be careful. Like, same thing you said, you got to get the Bible down first. Why? Because if your mind isn't fortified in that, there's a brother, he used to be in the camp. He was from my generation. And what happened was he got so much in the knowledge, but then he started doing the parallel, this knowledge. I want to decalcify my penile gland.
Remember that when that came out? The penile gland and the third eye and the kundalini.
Yeah.
He wanted to find out some way, pill after pill. Now he's in the stratosphere.
He's in the stratosphere.
Y'all think it's a joke. It's just real. It's so sad because that's our brother. You know what I mean? We're trying to warn y'all because when you play with fire, you're going to get burned. So don't play. Understand where these spirits are going to take you. Right? I know you're thinking like, well, you're just trying to hold me back. No, go down the rabbit hole. Let's see where your ass ends up. You're going to end up like, who goes down the rabbit hole? What's her name?
Alice.
Yeah, Alice goes down the rabbit hole. And what does she see? Everybody, she's looked at everything like she's doing acid. Right? So remember that.
And what ended up happening is now his child is a victim of it. So because of his selfish curiosity, they say curiosity killed the cat. No, in this case, it killed his child. It killed his spirit. Why? So now his son is seeing spirits. His son is a victim and traumatized. He has to take psych meds, and he has to be locked up and detained every few months to be set in a straitjacket. Like, no, this isn't a joke. This is serious. His curiosity on the kundalini and the penile gland. He's watching these videos, and his son is no older than ACR sitting there watching the videos with him. And then what? Now he's about the same age as he's older than my brother, right?
A little bit older.
He's about Quadashai's age. So he's about 17. And he has a problem because he sees spirit. He can't function right. He's malfunctioning.
What did the Most High say to Solomon? If he kept this, what happens? He will bless his generations. That's what he told David. If not, his seed. And that's what we're not understanding. Like, this is all just words in the book until it happens to you, and you're like, God dang, where did I end up? And that's what we say about brothers like that. It's like, damn, if you would have just listened to us when we were telling him, bro, don't worry about that, get off that, that's not needed, he wouldn't have got off that. I'm not saying everybody goes to that level, but you see, his mind wasn't ready for it. You got to watch what you're messing with.
Check this out, 1 Kings 9:4, it says, and if thou wilt walk before me, as David thy father walked in integrity of heart, meaning you're going to keep the sayings in your mind, in your actions, and be uprightness to do according to all that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my judgments. Then will I establish thy throne and thy kingdom upon Israel. Verse 6. But if, that's that stipulation, right? Come on. If you will at all turn away from following me, ye or your children,
there you go,
and will not keep my commandments and my statutes, which I have set before you, but go astray after other gods.
Listen. The only reason why I'm giving y'all examples, it says, like the scripture says, it's to the intent that you lust not after evil things. I know brothers from the past, that abandoned ship, generals, that their kids are drug addicts and their kids are on drugs. These are Israelite with Israelite names. Why? Because they don't understand that their actions of learning it and then pulling their kids and living in this life and then abandoning it, you literally destroyed the foundation to your kids. And that's why you women gotta understand that it's the Bible. This lifestyle is not a game.
Right.
Like you can destroy it. It says 7 more demons get a hold of you. So what we're saying is not, once again, it's not the Annabelle situation. It's not funny. It's pathetic. It's sad. You know what I mean? So we gotta fight for our brothers and remind them, don't go down this road. Look, if a king can go through it, we talking about all this gold and all this money and all that. In the end, that didn't matter. That didn't matter. He fell to damn a statue. He fell to a damn you know what? We gotta look up. Were they sacrificing?
Oh yeah. Hold it.
No, I'm talking about were they sacrificing kids?
Yeah, when you deal with Milcom, you deal with Milcom, the abomination. Right? It goes back into the law when he said, thou shalt not suffer your children to walk in the fire.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what
you gotta think about that.
The other one. Molech. Chemos.
That's the bull, the big bull that was hollow.
Right.
And you put the children in and you light it up.
Burn them in the inside.
Yep. And it makes that horn sound. That was their screams going through the bull.
Oh wow.
Is that what it is? That movie.
It's a Little Red Riding Hood. Yeah, with the live version, the live action version. That's where they got that from.
Yeah, that's that Babylonian, that's that Canaanite custom.
So when you look,
hold on, you was gonna say, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember the movie. I thought you was about to bring it out, but it's another movie that it was about an Olympic, about
the Titans.
Yeah.
The Titans.
No, I know you're talking about. It was with Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill, the guy that plays Superman. It was like a Greek god. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
Immortals. Yeah, they did that in there. They would put them inside the bowl, burn them on fire. Yeah.
Right. So that's a part of that impudent. So now you're disregarding your people for what?
Yeah.
Idolatry. Yeah. So now you're not caring for the life of your own children, your own nation.
Rebellious. Yeah.
And you're sacrificing. So now how do we do that modern times? Yeah. You're giving them up to society. You're giving them up to social media. You're giving them up to the influence of the world instead of what the Bible says. Yeah. So now you're giving your kid up spiritually to Moloch, to Asher.
And you're like, how did this all come from women? Well, because what were these women doing? Y'all see this? So it's a ripple effect. When you just read this as a story, and you're like, well, he had too many women. Really, bro, this is beyond the many women. This is what they were doing. The gods, the ideas. Right, finish that out.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
But what happened with curiosity? What happened with you trying to venture outside of the scriptures? Go ahead.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them.
Yeah, but you keep looking, you keep getting side-eyed like, damn, why she shaking like that? Why she dancing like that? Why she dressing like? You keep asking these whys, and you don't have a scripture to combat these and shut it down. So then what happens? It seduces you.
Yeah. I wanna know about that. I wanna understand that. I wanna sympathize with that. You know what? I wanna try that.
So learn not the way of the heathen.
Right. I wanna try that. And then you start doing it, right? So that's it. We get that. Let's jump back.
Boom. Verse 5. For Solomon went after the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord, as did David his father. Then did Solomon build in high place for the Shemos, the abominations of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem.
What verse are you supposed to go to?
17.
All right, go ahead. What verse you at now?
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
And for Moloch, the abomination to the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his strange wives, which burnt incense and sacrificed unto their gods. Verse 9. And the Lord was angry with Solomon, because his heart was turned from the Lord the Most High of Yasharallah, which had appeared unto him twice, and had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods. But he kept not that which the Lord commanded. Wherefore, the Lord said unto Solomon, for as much as this is done of thee, thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant. Notwithstanding, in thy days I will not do it for David's thy father's sake, but I will rend it out of the hand of thy son. Howbeit.
See, you affect your kids. Go ahead.
Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but will give one tribe to thy son for David, my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen. And the Lord stirred up an adversary unto Solomon.
See, I want y'all to pay attention to this. The Lord did what?
Stirred up an adversary unto Solomon.
See what happens when you do negative? You reap what you sow. You're like, where this coming from? Stop acting like you don't know. Stop. Where's the drama coming from? Stop it. You know where it comes from. You call these spirits to you. So we be trying to act like, well, I don't know why this is happening to me. Well, because you're hard-headed as hell, you're rebellious, you don't want to listen, and the Most High is going to keep punishing you. Go ahead.
And the Lord stirred up an adversary unto Solomon, Hadad, the Edomite. He was of the king's seed in Edom. And it came to pass, when David was in Edom, and Joab, the captain of the host, was gone up to bury the slain after he had smitten every male in Edom. Verse 16. For 6 months did Joab remain there with all Israel, until he had cut off every male in Edom. Then Hadad fled, and certain Edomites, that Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servants with him, to go into Egypt, Hadad being yet a little child.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 18. And they arose out of Midian and came to Paran, and they took men with them out of Paran, and they came to Egypt unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, which gave him an house, and appointed him victuals, and gave him land. And Hadad found great favor in the sight of Pharaoh, so that he gave him to wife the sister of his own wife, the sister Tahpenes, the queen. Verse 20. And the sister of Tahpenes bare him Genubath, his son, whom Tahpenes weaned in Pharaoh's house. And Genubath was in Pharaoh's household among the sons of Pharaoh. And when Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his fathers, and that Joab, the captain of the host, was dead, Hadad said unto Pharaoh, let me depart, that I may go to my own country. Then Pharaoh said unto him, but what hast thou lacked with me, that, behold, thou seekest to go to thine own country? And he answered, nothing. Howbeit, let me go in any wise. Verse 23. And the Most High stirred him up another adversary, Rezin, the son of Eliadad, which fled from his lord's Hadassar, king of Zobah. And he gathered men unto him, and became captain over a band.
You see how turmoil starts coming? How turmoil in the household, turmoil in the family, right? Go ahead.
When David slew them of Zobah, and they went to Damascus and dwelt therein, and reigned in Damascus. Verse 25. And he was an adversary to Yasharal all the days of Solomon.
The Most High said, when a man's ways please the Most High, he will even make his enemies be at peace. So what happened? Your ways please to the Father. So therefore, that's why you get drama. You get people that try to pull you in drama because you're doing something wrong. You got to check yourself. Go ahead.
Because beside the mischief that Hadad did, and he abhorred Yasharal and reigned over Syria. Verse 26. And Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the Ephrathite of Zerudah, Solomon's servant, whose mother's name was Zeruah, a widow woman, even he lifted up his hand against the king. And this was the cause that he lifted up his hand against the king. Solomon built Millo and repaired the breaches of the city of David, his father. And the man Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor. And Solomon, seeing the young man that he was industrious, he made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph. Verse 29. And it came to pass at that time, when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, that the prophet Ahijah, the Shunamite, found him in the way. And he had clad himself with a new garment. And they were alone in the field. And Ahijah caught the...
So now we're understanding the beginning of why the kingdom was split into two kingdoms. The northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. Right? The southern kingdom being Judah, the northern kingdom being the other tribes. Right? It started with Solomon's shenanigans. Sinning. Going against the will of the Father. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 30. And Ahijah caught the new garment.
So Jeroboam, right? He was told that he was going to what? He was going to get... Oh, did we get that yet? Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
And Ahijah caught the new garment that was on him and rent it in 12 pieces. And he said unto Jeroboam, take the 10 pieces, for thus saith the most high power of Yasharal, behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give 10 tribes to thee.
That's me?
No, that's the part you said before.
Yeah, so now we have Jeroboam. He was going to be, remember, 10 tribes, because why? Levi is mingled among all the tribes. So you hear 9.5, 10 tribes. It's the same thing that, because they had part of Levi as well. Right? So this is where the Most High split the kingdom, or the foreshadowing of the split of the kingdom. Go ahead.
Right, verse 32. But he shall have one tribe for my servant David's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Yasharal, because that they have forsaken me and have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, Shemoth, the god of the Moabites, and Milcom, the god of the children of Ammon, and have not walked in my ways, to do that which is right in the eye, to do that which is right in my eyes, and to keep my statutes and my judgments, as did David his father. Verse 34. Howbeit, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince of all the days of his life, for David my servant's sake, whom I chose, because he kept my commandments and my statutes. But I will take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and will give it unto thee, even 10 tribes. And unto his son will I give 1 tribe, that David my servant may have a light always before me in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen to put my name there.
You're reading to the 12
yeah. Verse 37. 1 Kings chapter 11 and verse 37. And I will take thee, and thou shalt reign according to all that thy soul desireth, and shalt be king over Yasharallah. And it shall be, if thou wilt hearken unto all that I command thee, and will walk in my ways, and do that is right in my sight, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, that I will be with thee, and build thee a sure house, as I built for David, and will give Yasharallah unto thee. And I will for this afflict the seed of David, but not forever. Verse 40. Solomon sought therefore to kill Jeroboam, and Jeroboam arose and fled into Egypt.
Now you got to do what? You start to panic. That same spirit on Saul, right? God. And that's why a lot of cats, it's like your own wickedness is correcting you, and you start to do what? Panic. You want to fix it. Not knowing the only way to fix it is to turn from your way, go to the Father. You're like, but you what? You add insult to injury. You do stupid, and then, yeah, it's sin unto sin. Go ahead.
Unto Shishak, the king of Egypt, and was in Egypt until the death of Solomon. Verse 41. And the rest of the acts of Solomon, and all that he did, and all his wisdom, are they not written in the book of the acts of Solomon?
You know what that's showing us, y'all? Solomon was a man.
Yeah.
In the spirit, his words are written. And it was when he was out of the spirit, nothing was written. You see that? So in the spirit of the Most High, when he was in his right mind, that's what we got. You're going to see that from a lot of brothers. A brother could be in the spirit of the Most High. Right? Remember it says Saul, the Spirit of the Lord was upon him. They said, Saul, is he known among the prophets? Right? And then it said the Spirit of the Lord left him. Right? And then you start to see the negative attributes. So let's be clear with that. It makes a difference. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 42. And the time that Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Yasharallah was 40 years. And Solomon slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam his son reigned in his stead.
Right.
1 Kings chapter 12, verse 1. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Yasharallah were come to Shechem to make him king. And it came to pass, when Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who was yet in Egypt, heard of it, for he was fled from the presence of King Solomon, and Jeroboam dwelt in Egypt.
Right, verse 3. And they sent and called him, and Jeroboam and all the congregation of Israel came and spake unto Rehoboam, saying, Thy father made our yoke grievous. Now therefore make thou the grievous service of thy father, and his heavy yoke which he put upon us lighter, that we will serve thee. And right. I mean, you see, it went from brotherhood to what? The yoke. He beat the maidservants. He started putting more work burden on them. And he said unto them, Depart yet for 3 days, and come again to me. And the people departed. And the king Rehoboam consulted with old men that stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived, and said, how do we advise that I may answer this people? And they spake unto him, saying, if thou wilt be a servant unto the people this day, and wilt serve them, and answer them, and speak good words to them, they will be thy servant forever. But he forsook the counsel of the old men. But he forsook the counsel of the old men, which they had given him, and consulted with the young men that were grown up with him, and which stood before him.
Can I say this? That verse 7. It said, verse 7. It said, and they spake unto him, saying, if thou wilt be a servant unto his people, showing you, even though you're this king, you're this position of authority, you're still a servant to the people. Right. The greatest be the least. Right? And that's the servitude that David took, being a king, and that's what held him in honor.
Yeah.
To show you, it doesn't matter the position. If you're the king of the house, if you're the head of the house, you're still in servitude to what? Your children, your wife, your family members, because you're in service to them.
Yeah.
The way they're in service to you.
Yeah.
And this is what he didn't understand.
He was told he wanted that young dumb counsel. Right? Who do you go counsel with when you got an issue? You go them to that least among you, right? You go to your ex-uncle Ray that's single. You know what I mean? For marriage counsel. Let me go to him. Let me go to my auntie. She ain't never had a damn husband. Let me go to her. Girl, I'ma tell you. You gonna get that wisdom from her. Wisdom. You're gonna get the wisdom on how not to be loyal.
If I was you.
If I was you, right? So that's a big problem. And obviously, we're seeing here it was hit with him too. And he said unto them, what counsel give ye, that we may answer this people who have spoken, saying, make the yoke which thy father did put upon us lighter. And the young men that were grown up with him spake unto him, saying, thus shalt thou speak unto the people, and speak unto thee, saying, thy father made our yoke heavy, but make thou it lighter unto us. Thus shalt thou say unto them, my little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins. First of all, you can see what happened here. You are now, the spirit you're in goes to your kids, y'all. You out of that damn spirit, this demon is on your kid now. See? And what did he pick up? What did he learn? We gotta, it's scary, man. When I was thinking about that, I was like, damn, man. Bringing the kid in this world, I know, this is the 47-year-old version of me saying that. You start to be like, damn, bringing a kid in this world is like, it's trash, and then you're like, the burden that's going to be laid on him? Jesus. And now he got to deal with choosing this life, right? Choosing this day, life or death, right? So, you what? You put them in that situation by bringing them forward. You ready to get in this fight? Right? And all you're thinking is, man, I want to bring the little ones just like me. Yeah, but what are you going to do? You doing righteousness or you doing wickedness? Because they are going to be little just like you. And now, whereas my father did lay with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father hath chastened you with whips, and I will chasten you with scorpions. So this guy lost his damn mind, man. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, as the king had appointed, saying, come to me again the third day. And the king answered the people roughly, and forsook the old man's counsel that they gave him, and spake to them after the counsel of the young men, saying, My father made your yoke heavy, and I will add to your yoke. My father also chastened you with whips, but I will chasten you with scorpions. Wherefore the king hearkened not unto the people, but for the cause was from the Lord, that he might perform his saying, which the Lord spake by Ahijah the Shilonite unto Jeroboam the son of Nebat. So when all Israel saw that the king hearkened not unto them, the people answered the king, saying, what portion have we in David? Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your teeth, O Israel, to your tents, O Israel. Now see to thine own house, David. So Israel departed from their tents, but all the children of Israel, which dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. Then King Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was over the tribute, and all Israel stoned him with stones that he died. Therefore King Rehoboam made speed to get him up to his chariot and to flee to Jerusalem. So Israel rebelled against the house of David unto this day.
There goes the split. There goes 933 BC.
Right.
That split the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom.
Right. And it came to pass when all Israel heard that Jeroboam was coming in, that they sent and called unto him, unto the congregation, and made him king over all Israel. There was none that followed the house of David, but the tribe of Judah only. And when Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he assembled all the house of Judah with the tribe of Benjamin, and 140,000 chosen men, which were warriors to fight against the house of Israel, to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. But the word of the Lord came unto Shimei, the man of the Most High, saying, speak unto Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and unto all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and to the remnant of the people, saying, thus saith the Lord, ye shall not go up nor fight against your brethren, the children of Israel. Return every man to the house, for this thing is for me. They hearken therefore to the word of the Lord, and return to depart according to the word of the Lord. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in Mount Ephraim, and dwelt there, and went out from thence and built Peniel. And Jeroboam said in his heart, now shall the kingdom return to the house of David. If this people go up to do sacrifice in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, then shall the heart of the people turn again unto their Lord, even unto Rehoboam king of Judah. And they shall kill me, and go to Rehoboam king of Judah. Whereupon the king took counsel, and made 2 calves of gold, and said unto them, it is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold, thy gods.
Wow.
Wow. Don't go up to Jerusalem. Go serve the Most High. I made some gods for you.
Idolatry.
Yep. O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. Wow. And he set one in Bethel, and the other he put in Dan. Verse 30. And these things became a sin for the people, went to worship before the one, even unto Dan. And he made an house of high places, and made priests of the lowest of the people, which were not of the sons of Levi. And Jeroboam ordained a feast in the 8th month of the 15th day of the month, like unto the feast that is in Judah, and he offered upon the altar. So did he in Bethel, sacrificing unto the calves that he made. And he placed in Bethel the priests to the high places which he had made. So he offered upon the altar which he had made in Bethel the 15th day of the 8th month, even in the month which he devised of his own heart, and ordained feasts unto the children of Israel, and he offered upon the altar and burnt offering. Wow. All right, that's a lot. I know we went over a lot. Look, there was a lot to unravel, unpack, especially in this moment of his debauchery, right? We had to bring that out. So I know it was pretty long-winded. Does anybody got any questions on what we just read? I know. Y'all with me?
God.
Good question.
No, it's not even reading. It's not even reading.
Okay. All right. Off the reading. You got some? Okay. What you got off the reading?
So, I was listening to this song, and it made me think of a scripture that might not even be a scripture. Is there anywhere that says if a woman commit adultery but the man doesn't know that she's like married, is he blameless? I thought.
Yeah, you're paraphrasing it wrong, but there's a scripture that tell you that, well, the thing is, it tells you plain out, if she does it, let's find it. That way we won't say it wrong. But yeah, there is a scripture.
I only heard it one time, if I heard it correctly.
Yeah, let's get it. Oh, did you? Okay, well, we gotta find it. You had a question on the reading?
Yeah, my question was, I know the prophets, prophets speak about the northern kingdom going into idolatry. Is this the beginning, or this is what they were talking about? How the northern kingdom start?
Right, that's it.
This is the beginning of it?
This is the beginning of it, exactly. Because it was in order, for the most part, until this split, and until was that Rehoboam? Rehoboam brought this in. Yeah. All right, we gotta find that in it's like Leviticus or Exodus. What else do we got while he's looking for that?
I think I might have found it.
Where you at?
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 22.
Where is it?
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 22.
Go ahead.
If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both die. Both the man that lie with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin betrothed unto an husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, then ye shall bring both of them unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones, that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he have humbled his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away evil from among you.
Right, so it's kind of showing you that her job is to cry out. His job is not to sleep with his the wife. You're looking so more so if she lied. Right? But it's telling you that in the law that if she would have cried out, or if she wouldn't have cried out, you would know by if she cried out or not, right? Yeah.
It's a lot. Well, y'all looking for the one with the it's not a lie detector test, but she drinks the water, and if she lied, and she.
Are you talking about that?
Thyroid or something.
Yeah, the thyroid. That was if your husband is jealous and you're not sure. That was the jealous one. You're more so looking. Like I said, you paraphrased it wrong, but the only way to really know is if someone cries out, right? Someone says something. If not, you're complicit to that, right? So yeah. What else we got? Anything online? I mean, does that make sense? Okay, all right. Anything online? We'll give them a few seconds. If nothing comes up online, we'll go ahead and set up the prayers. You have anything, sis? What you got? What's your question?
I was just thinking about what she said.
Oh,
and,
gotcha.
how it would apply to women as well.
Oh yeah, it definitely applies to especially if she's a liar, right? I mean, she still gets what? she can still get killed, right? You didn't have no other questions, though? Okay. All right, nobody had anything? Check online, give them a few seconds. It was a meaty reading, I know. There's a lot. Right. A lot came out of that. Nothing? Okay. Imagine we'll put down for done. Where's our at?
You got 7?
Is there a Sabbath meal?
No. Oh.
I know that's your stomach talking to you, right?
Not yet.
Same here, bro. Weary. That's weary.
Next week.
It's
not the socks. You just text them. Just make sure.
Rock-a-day ho. Rock-a-day ho shine. What do you hold? What do you hold shine? For this Sabbath, this day, this rest. Thank you for your wisdom, knowledge and understanding. Thank you for enlightenment. Yahweh, we ask of you to continually open up our minds, our thoughts, our spirit to your word, and remove confusion, doubts, fears away from us. Please put your hand boldly on your servants and remove a double mind, a faithless mind. In Yahweh Shai's name. Strengthen our faith. Our love. Our compassion. Strengthen our unity. Our brotherhood. Our sisterhood. Please, Yahweh. Strengthen us. And build us. And the fruits of the Spirit. Come quickly, Yahweh. Deliver. Yasha'Allah. Deliver your servants. Raise up prophets. Raise up teachers. Raise up women. Raise up children that have been in your name. Please, Yahweh. Reward them that wait for you. But let thy prophets be found faithful. Yahweh, we ask of you. Make the time short. Remember the covenant. And let them declare thy wondrous work. Raise up indignation. Pour out wrath. Take away the adversary. Destroy the enemy. Ba'ashem Yahushua. We pray. Rock-a-day Howard. Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the law.
Barakatay Howard. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Hawa. Natalanawa. Award. Lara'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatay Howard. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Hawa. Natalanawa. Ha'ayo. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ayin.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatay Howard. Ba'ashem Yahushua. Hawa. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasha'Allah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And as always, we anoint after class. Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name. O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings. Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad.
Has made me glad.
Through thy work,
I
will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
How
great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
But a brutish man, knoweth not. Neither doeth a fool. Understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass. And all the workers of iniquity. Do flourish. It is. That they shall be destroyed. Forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high. Forevermore. Below thine enemies. O Yahweh, below thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But mine horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed. With fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desires. On my enemies. And my ears shall hear my desire. Of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat. And flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 130. Shayar, Hamalawa, Lalawa, Hana, Matawa, Lama, Naayam, Sheba, Achim, Gum, Yakaz, Kashama, Hatawa, Ayo, Harash, Yerad, Ayo, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Al-Panya, Marawathiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hariyah, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Kaiwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessings, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua. The water. The God. Amen.
Oh, salute. Alright, call it.
Go.
Up, Mike, rock.
Tell everybody Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, y'all.
Shabbat Shalom.